Good evening. I would like to call to order this Anoka-Hennepin School Board meeting for today, October 27th, 2025. Please join the board in pledging our allegiance. All right, our first order of business is to approve the board agenda. Is there a motion to approve the board agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Audette. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. The acting clerk, Casey DeShane, will call the roll, please.
Director Simon?
Aye.
Director Hoekman? Aye. Director Audette? Director Langenfeld?
Aye.
Director DeShane is aye. Co-Chair Arco?
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the agenda is approved. Members, our next order of business is recognitions with item 4A, NAMM Foundation Best Communications for Music Education 2025 Award. Welcome Dr. Annette Ziegler, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools, and Ryan Palmer, music teacher at Coon Rapids High School.
Good evening, co-chairs Arco and DeShane, members of the school board, and Superintendent McIntyre. Tonight, we're proud to recognize one of our band directors in the school district from Coon Rapids High School, Ryan Palmer, whose leadership and dedication to music education has helped our district, along with others, earn our NAM Best Communities in Music Education Award. This is the 11th year that our district has received this honor, and I'm very excited and thrilled to have Ryan give you more information about it.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Ziegler, for the invitation to share and celebrate with you tonight. My name is Ryan Palmer. I am the curriculum support teacher for secondary music, and I am proud to teach music at Coon Rapids High School. I'm excited to share with you for the 11th year now, the Anoka-Hennepin School District is the recipient of the Best Communities of Music Education Award presented by the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. This award is designed to recognize and celebrate schools and districts for their support and commitment to music education and their efforts to assure access to music for all students as part of a well-rounded education. From this board, this has been demonstrated in recent years through your support in adjusting the 7th and 8th grade arts electives requirements to align to the expectations of the state standards, as well as in your support in new instrumental and vocal courses at the high school level. Through all the struggles of the recent years, Anoka-Hennepin music teachers have continued to demonstrate our commitment to our students, our community, and to our art. Our music teachers have had the vision to continue providing amazing opportunities and experiences for our students. We generate positive school culture through events and performances. We celebrate with our schools and communities. We perform in leading venues. We put on award-winning performances. And we even travel the country and the world as ambassadors of our district. The Best Communities of Music Education Award is a recognition of the resilience, passion, and compassion of our music teachers across the district. Our music teachers hold a vision of what Anoka-Hennepin music could look like, and we strive for that every day. We challenge our students, our colleagues, and ourselves to uphold that vision and to ensure that all of our decisions are leading us closer to it. While our programs already see some successes, we have a vision where we don't just survive, but where we thrive. We see a future where music is available to all students for the duration of their time in the district, regardless of expertise, experience, or financial ability. We see our auditoriums, gymnasiums, and our stages full of student musicians. We see a school environment where we tell every student that yes, you can, and that we have the resources to back that up. We have a vision and we strive for it every day, and that's an important reason why we have earned this award. We are ready and excited to work with you towards building an even stronger system of music education within our district. When we watch our music students graduate and go off into the world, we know full well that only a few of them will find their career in music. We know that more of them will continue making music in some form or another, and we also know that all of them will appreciate the world and music around them in a deeper and more profound way. We know that music for music's sake is valuable. We also know that our work is even greater than greater than the music we teach. As my personal philosophy states, I don't teach music, I teach people. Music classrooms teach resilience, patience, and persistence. We teach how to accomplish great things without shortcuts, and we teach what hard work looks and feels like. We teach what it means to listen to the people around us, to hear them, to understand them, and to find common ground with them, all while making space for our own voices. These are all skills that our students need. These are skills that will help them function well throughout their lives. Music education provides all of that because music education is human education. Members of the board and all school administrators present, it is with my deepest gratitude that I thank you for the work that has already been done in support of music education. Yet there is still more work ahead of us. There is a wealth of skill, knowledge, and ability found in your music educators, and this award is proof of that. We do this work with enthusiasm, joy, and commitment because music education matters. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Members, the next item on our agenda is item 5, the consent agenda. As normal, members can remove items for separate consideration and discussion if that's their desire. Is there a motion to accept the consent agenda? Oh, sorry about that. Yep.
Maybe we can fit right here. I think that would work out well. Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right. So, as normal, members can remove items for separate consideration and discussion if that's their desire. So is there a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented? Thank you, Director Audette. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, will the acting clerk please call the roll?
Director Simon?
Aye.
Director Hoekman? Aye. Director Audette? Aye. Director Langenfeld? Aye. DeShane is aye. Co-Chair Arco?
Aye. All right, with 6 in favor and 0 opposed, the consent agenda is approved. So our next agenda item is item 6, the communications, delegations, and petitions section of our meeting. This is the time for community members to provide input directly to the school board about issues that fall within the school board's authority. We plan this agenda item for 15 minutes. Our policy allows for community members to speak for up to 5 minutes, but if there are several persons that want to speak, the chair has the discretion to reduce the time to comment to hear from all and also to keep the meeting on schedule. So during times of large community input, we have been flexible in allowing the meeting to run late. Tonight we have 9 cards, so to keep the meeting on time, I will ask individuals to keep their comments to 2 minutes. I will ask co-chair DeShane to monitor a timer, and if you run over your time, she will ask you to wrap up your comments quickly. We welcome written testimony if you have more to say than time allows. And please complete a yellow card and provide it to Ms. Ball so that we can provide a written follow-up. A couple of procedural reminders. Our meeting participation procedures are in place to assure open and orderly public comments as well as to protect the due process and privacy rights of individuals under the law. If speakers use specific names of students, staff, or board members, I will need to interrupt and or stop the speaker. Please remember to direct your comments to the school board chair. Members of the audience, please listen respectfully. If the board cannot hear speakers, I may reset the timer to allow speakers to be heard. Audience members that disrupt this portion may be asked to leave for the remainder of the meeting. So with all of that being said, please welcome our first speaker, Carol Zimmerman. Welcome to the board.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Carol Zimmerman. This is my 36th year of teaching, 34 years in the area of special ed, and 16 years at Lincoln. We all know that the insurance premiums have increased dramatically. For most of us teachers, we're taking home less than we did last year. When dedicated educators have to choose between staying in a job they love and being able to afford health care for their families, something is deeply wrong. When the Anoka-Hennepin teachers struggle to decide whether to go to the doctor when someone in their family is sick or not because of the cost, something is deeply wrong. This problem is directly tied to the growing teacher shortage we're seeing, not just statewide, but right here in our own district. Fewer people are entering the profession, and experienced teachers are leaving because they cannot make ends meet. Every unfilled position means larger class sizes, less individual attention for students, and a greater burden for the teachers who remain. Because of the shortage, we're hiring teachers that are not educated in the area that they are supposed to be teaching, which decreases the quality of our entire district. If we want to attract and keep quality educators, we must invest in them. That means increasing salaries to offset insurance costs and to reflect the essential work teachers do every day. Our schools cannot succeed without qualified, motivated teachers. And we as teachers deserve to be able to support our own families while we are supporting the students. Thank you for listening and for continuing to advocate for the people who make our schools strong.
Thank you for your comment. Please welcome our next speaker, John Walhopter.
Board members, Superintendent McIntyre, the educators of Anoka-Hennepin are here again tonight to implore you to address the crushing cost of healthcare for employees across the district. Everyone in this room wants the students of Anoka-Hennepin to succeed. Everyone in this room wants to have the most dedicated and qualified educators working with the students of Anoka-Hennepin. This board has made improving employee recruitment and retention a strategic priority. We live in a time when this district does compete with other districts to recruit and retain educators. The current parameters you have provided your team will not maintain Anoka-Hennepin as a destination employer. Rather, without action by this board to provide your team with the parameters needed to settle our contract, Anoka-Hennepin will become an outlier among metro districts, a place where employees cannot afford health insurance and where aspiring educators will choose to work elsewhere. Tonight, we have postcards directly from the Anoka-Hennepin educators for you. These postcards share the pleas, stories, and impacts that educators are currently experiencing. We ask that you take the time to read them and consider how you as a board can address the needs presented. This board can choose to settle contracts in a way that recognizes the amazing work employees do every day. This board can adopt a budget that accounts for the real cost of healthcare rather than artificially low estimates. This board can ensure the students of Anoka-Hennepin have the best educators to guide their learning every day by making a position in this district a sought-after achievement. Inaction is action. Please rise to meet the moment before you and preserve the reputation of excellence that Anoka-Hennepin has historically held. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please welcome our next speaker, Melinda Pearson. Welcome to the board.
Thank you. Good evening, co-chairs Arco and DeShane, board members, and Superintendent McIntyre. My name is Melinda Pearson, and I live in Coon Rapids. My son is an 8th grader at Northdale Middle School, and I myself am a graduate of Champlain Park. This district is deeply important to me. It was where I spent my formative years and where I am watching my son receive the highest quality education. What makes this district so special isn't its size, the number of buildings, the number of students it serves, or even its excellent athletic programs. It's the teachers. Every day when my son comes home from school, he tells me about his day. Every single class period he talks about includes talking about a special lesson a teacher created for his class, or something that impacted him, whether it's his ELA teacher having a Socratic seminar in his class, or his band teacher pushing him to try harder pieces and take on that solo. I could go on and on about the sort of challenging and impressive education that my son is receiving through the diligent work of these amazing educators. In the interest of time, I won't. The point is that these educators do incredible things for the children and families of Andover, Anoka, Blaine, Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, Coon Rapids, Champlain, Dayton, Ham Lake, and Ramsey. And they deserve the dignity and respect of a livable wage and access to health care that is affordable to take care of their own families. The people in this room deserve to work for an employer who provides them with health care that won't require them to take on second jobs. I urge you to do what is right by the extraordinary educators in this room and all over the district. Please approve a budget and reach a tentative agreement with these educators that makes their health care affordable. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Please welcome our next speaker, Edwin Cothrade. Edwin Cothrade. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the board.
Thank you. My name is Edwin Kothradi, and I go to Anoka High School. I want to talk about the policy of tests being worth 90% of our grade. I feel like it's unfair that tests are worth such a high percentage and that daily work doesn't count. If people think that work doesn't count, it tempts them not to do the assignment, which makes me feel upset. I'm also frustrated when I look at my grades in student view. I'll give you an example of math. I see that I have 100% in all my daily assignments, but when I did the test, I got 11.5 out of 16 and dropped my grade from a A+ to a C-. If this continues to happen where tests are worth so high, people won't feel smart, they'll feel anxious, depressed, have a low GPA, and even possibly failing to graduate. Some kids are good on tests, but a lot of others aren't, like me, and I study a lot. It would be more fair if tests are worth 60% of your grade, 30% of daily work, which includes projects, and 10% quizzes. I do appreciate, though, that I can retake tests because it helps me understand it better and feel smart. Last year at St. Stephen's, I got A's and B's, and even if I didn't do well on the test, my grade didn't go down so low, mainly because schoolwork and tests were counted fairly. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Please welcome our next speakers, Christina and Jake Cothrade. Welcome to the board.
You're getting the whole family tonight. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jake Colthradi, and this is my wife, Christina. We are parents of Eddie, who just spoke and he's a 9th grader at Anoka High School. Christina has been an educator in Anoka-Hennepin since 2002. Our son Eddie is bright, curious, and resilient, but his experiences highlight gaps within the Anoka-Hennepin school system. We invite you to reflect on whether the district truly fulfills its mission statement, last revised in 2004, which commits to meeting individual student needs, monitoring achievement, partnering with parents, ensuring safety, and using resources efficiently. We've identified 3 areas of concern: trust, curriculum access, and communication. These concerns are systemic, not tied to any individual school. So number 1, trust. People do their best when they feel seen and understood. Real trust occurs when words and actions align and when families, students, and staff feel safe to speak up. Number 2, curriculum access. Eddie receives special education services for a listening comprehension disability, which makes it very difficult for him to process and remember information presented orally. He is currently taking AP Geography. Because the 2014 textbook is out of date, Edpuzzle is being used. It does not offer the printed materials Eddie needs. We've also heard conflicting information about whether the AMSCO 2020 textbook is approved, being used, or even available to all students. In addition, although new social studies textbooks in some courses were approved by the board in May 2025, the board directed the district to continue using the 2011 state standards. AP Geography follows College Board standards. Delays in adopting new materials due to disagreements over state standards should not prevent students from accessing current AP resources. Number 3, communication and grading consistency. Anoka-Hennepin has replaced standard-based grading with a 100-point scale at the secondary level. The communication did not include that a 90-10 grading model where 90% of the grades come from end-of-unit assessments is being used.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you.
What was that?
It's 2 minutes, if you would finish your remarks. Thank you.
This is how the 90-10 system affects students like Eddie. He has an A in algebra, dropped to a C- so if they're missing just 4.5 points on a 16-point test despite earning 100% on daily work. Such drastic drops in GPA, college eligibility, and scholarship opportunities. Where do you want me to finish?
A student's success should not depend on how persistent their parents are. Meeting the individual needs of all Anoka-Hennepin students must go beyond public statements and website communication. It requires actionable practices and transparent communication from both the district and the school board. This is how trust is built in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Wall. Welcome to the board.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent McIntyre. My name is Michael Wall, and I'm a relatively new teacher to law enforcement at STEP, the Secondary Technical Education Program. I recently came out of law enforcement, the legal, and military to teach at STEP. It is because of this experience I'm able to teach at STEP. However, for the last 20 years, I have been a part of the Anoka-Hennepin School District as a spouse of a teacher and a father of Anoka-Hennepin graduates, as well as one who is currently a teacher at Roosevelt Middle School. I've seen many changes come to education through the eyes of my wife and my children. The one constant I've seen is her and my daughter's commitment to the students and the professionalism they display for a career they chose. When I had the opportunity to join my wife's profession, I talked with her about changing professions and some of the concerns I had about coming into teaching. One concern I had was about the income and the benefits. Over the years of watching my wife and other countless teachers teach, I have seen them take a pay freeze and minimal raises, all the while maintaining their commitment to building a strong school and putting kids first in the Anoka-Hennepin School District. The pattern of minimizing the professionalism of teachers has transcended many school boards, and you are not unique in that regard. Currently, we are one of the lucky families that are paying approximately $1,000 per month for our insurance. I say we are lucky because many of my colleagues are paying well more than me. We only have this benefit because my wife and I teach in the district. You are as a board, want to put our kids first and build strong schools. You have an opportunity to be unique.
Please begin concluding your remarks. Thank you.
Negotiate an equitable contract for the teachers of Anoka-Hennepin School District. We can stand together as a school district and staff if we put the goals and give the power to your negotiating team for the equitable contract. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Please welcome our next speaker, Paul Anderson. Welcome to the board.
Good evening. Superintendent McIntyre, co-chairs DeShane and Arco, members of the board. My name is Paul Anderson, and I'm the principal at Madison Elementary School in Blaine. This is my 32nd year in education, with 22 of those years being spent here in Anoka-Hennepin, serving as an administrator in 3 different elementary buildings. Tonight, I am not here as an individual sharing my own perspective. I am speaking on behalf of all 26 elementary principals. All 26 elementary principals have endorsed this message. We appreciate the complexity of the budgeting process and the difficult choices you're going to have to make in the near future. We have been involved throughout the process. Tonight, however, you will hear another option, option 3, which you requested from district leadership after rejecting other options. As you prepare to hear this new option, I want to make one unified message very clear. The elementary principals in this district do not support option 3. We understand that reductions have to be made, but our collective analysis shows that option 3 places an unsustainable burden on parts of our system. Several of the proposed cuts in this option go directly against the recommendations of your elementary leaders. More importantly, these cuts will have an immediate and direct negative impact on our students and their learning. Several cuts in option 3 directly contradict the idea of protecting the classroom. Instead, they will cut into the core of what we do on a daily basis to impact student learning. These reductions, like the significant reduction of FTE from our literacy and math specialists, for one example, will be felt in elementary classrooms on day 1. We unanimously reject this option. We request that you examine option 3 very closely, ask questions, seek to understand exactly what the proposed cuts would mean for our students and our teachers. We ask that you prioritize alternatives, including prior options that were agreed upon recommendations from your K-12 building leaders. We are willing to continue this conversation with any one of you, and as always, you are welcome in our elementary buildings anytime. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Please welcome our next speaker, Jeannie Leak. Welcome to the board.
Thank you. My name is Jeannie Leak. I have been a dedicated educator in Anoka-Hennepin since 1994. I am currently teaching math at Oakview Middle School. At 53, I am far from retirement, and my family of 5 depends primarily on my salary. I am profoundly frustrated that we are, once again, working without a contract. This has been our status since July. This is not an anomaly. It is a pattern. In the last cycle, this delay lasted 9 months, during which the district accrued interest on wages that my colleagues and I should have earned. This is disrespectful and financially damaging. Our historic raise from the last round was entirely consumed by inflation and a new $3,500 premium for our family's high deductible health plan. The financial strain this places on educators is real. It is demoralizing to feel that educators are blamed for the budget crises, while our superintendent, the second highest paid in the state, receiving perks like a car allowance that exceeds my own car payment. It is disheartening to see the district's budget priorities like these while my family struggles to make ends meet. I am no longer willing to worry about the district's finances when leadership is compensated so generously. And all the while, the public views teacher salaries as the cause for the district's budget issues. In the past, I have been reluctant to consider a strike. I am no longer reluctant and would vote to strike if asked today. My family's financial stability must be the priority. I work too hard to be treated this way, and so does every other teacher that I know. Thank you for this time to speak on such an important topic.
Thank you for your comments. Please welcome our final speaker, Emily Newarth. Welcome to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. My name is Emily Newharth, and I'm a Anoka-Hennepin teacher, or parent, not a teacher. You might remember me from the last time I spoke in front of the board, and I just totally broke down in tears over the discussions of our curriculum. I think it just shows how much our community cares and about our teachers and our students. I wanted to express my support for our teachers and their right to life in the pursuit of happiness through quality insurance. Better insurance means more teacher retention and attracting top talent. I also wanted to remind everyone who is present and watching online that the school board election is coming up on November 4th. This local election is important and can be decided by a few dozen votes, or sometimes less. Every vote matters. And I support the candidates endorsed by Parents for Good, and you may find more on their Facebook site. I proudly casted for my vote for the current District 6 school board member through early voting. So you can either early vote or don't forget to vote by November 4th. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. And that concludes our public comment section. So I'll give everybody a minute who's leaving. Well, as people file out, our next agenda item is item 7, the board calendar and district update. And as soon as he is ready, I will hand it over to Superintendent McIntyre.
All right, thank you, board members. I think I can go. So tonight I want to take an opportunity to celebrate students and staff and community members who are contributing to the accomplishment of our mission, which is to effectively educate each of our students for success. And to start us off, you can see on the screen here is a photo from the Anoka Anti-Crime Commission and their annual meeting this past Tuesday, October 21st. This is a community-based partnership. Many of you have been to this event before. It really makes a positive impact for safety in our community. The school district benefits from this strong partnership in the area of law enforcement. And I do want to point out high school principal at Anoka High School, Mike Farley, and Anoka Middle School for the Arts principal, Tom Haggerty, both serve on the board of directors. And I think it's about 21 years for Principal Farley, somewhere in that neighborhood. So they are very deeply engaged in the Anoka Anti-Crime Commission and their efforts. And again, in this photo here, you can see them with Police Chief Andy Youngquist and former Anoka City Council member and Anti-Crime Commission Chairperson, Brian Wesp. So thank you for their service and another great event. All right, moving on. Marching bands from Anoka-Hennepin's 5 traditional high schools collected very high honors at the Youth in Music Minnesota State Championships and Class Championships at U.S. Bank Stadium on Saturday, October 11th. Coon Rapids High School earned first place in Class A state And in addition to that, they got Outstanding Color Guard and Outstanding Visual Awards. Anoka High School earned third place in the Class A state championship, with Sophia Tudor from Anoka High School earning the Best Drum Major Award. Very proud of her for that. Andover High School earned Outstanding Percussion and Outstanding Winds Awards. Blaine High School placed 7th in the preliminary competition in Class AA, and Champlin Park took 6th place in the preliminaries. So congratulations to the musicians and their support network. It does take many to, if you could just see the growth from the summer to this point in the year, it's very amazing. As we saw that through the fall at many of the performances at our football games. So our efforts to continue to maintain and attract strong tradition music educators, as you heard earlier, and continue to be recognized for our efforts is really a great honor. Okay. So the saying would be curtains are going up, and they are, on the fall theater favorites across the Anoka-Hennepin schools. Andover High School is presenting The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. Anoka High School presents Cyrano. Blaine High School Theater is completing their fall season in October here. Coon Rapids High School presents Clue, and Champlin Park High School is presenting A Year with Frog and Toad. And we want to also mention Anoka Middle School for the Arts presenting of The Little Prince. So again, ticketing information, dates and times, and all the details are listed on websites, on our school websites, as well as our district website. So we're at that time of the year when section and state tournament competition continues over the next several weeks as we conclude the fall season. I want to call out that Blaine High School boys soccer won their section and advanced to state, bowing out in the quarterfinal round with a loss to Wayzata. In girls tennis, a pair of doubles teams advanced to state. Congratulations to Andover's Hannah Kumpel and Cameron Talbot, and Blaine's Rosie Rikucki and Paige Dahlman for representing the district at the state tournament. The 6A state football playoffs started last Friday, and Champlin Park drew the number 2 seed in their bracket and advanced with the win over Roseville. The Rebels will host number 3 seed Eden Prairie in the next round of the playoffs. The Rebels were the only district team to advance in football, but I know it was a great season for all throughout the season. The Blaine Bengals boys cross-country team is advancing to state along with 4 individual runners, David Meberg, Israel Sugalungan, and Ulrich Burrows, along with Austin Matrius. Let me get that right, Austin Matrius. Andover's Tyler Flippen was a medalist at the section meet and will also advance along with Champlin Park's Zachariah Muhammad and Blake Frazier. In the girls' competition, Blaine freshman Brinley Wegener finished as a medalist at the sections and will advance to state along with teammate Audrey Schwen and Coon Rapids junior Rudy Demmer. So tournament fever is here in October and November, and we just want to wish the best of luck to our student athletes in these state competitions. And I know for some fall sports, those tryouts are already beginning. All right, moving on to our employee recruitment website launch. So the school board's placed a strategic priority on recruitment and retention, and now the district has upped its game with a newly designed jobs.ahschools.us website. The new site provides greatly expanded information for prospective employees as a one-stop shop of resources about available positions, benefits, and the communities we serve. The job site is part of a larger website redesign, and that upgrade is set for launch in December. By the way, this work is being done with the existing budgets, and it is a mandatory requirement as our vendor is really requiring these upgrades to make sure our technology can support those systems. All right, moving on to the National Civics Bee. So informed and active citizens make for a stronger community, and a new competition seeks to engage civic-minded students to share their knowledge and ideas to shape our future. So applications for the National Civics Bee are now being accepted. This is a new event in Minnesota, and our local North Metro Chamber of Commerce is taking a lead role in promoting this fun academic competition. To apply, students complete a 4-paragraph essay identifying an opportunity, problem, or challenge in their school, neighborhood, or community that could be improved, and describe an action plan and support resources to address that issue. Solutions may demonstrate a link to the responsibilities of citizenship. The application window remains open through February 3rd, 2026, with additional details at nationalcivicsbee.org. Local and state civic bees are also being planned as part of the activity in Anoka-Hennepin is looking to partner with the North Metro Chamber of Commerce to serve as a host site. I know this was also shared at the Blaine Chamber meeting that we had just this past week. All right, so, and lastly here, our election day is set for Tuesday, November 4th. So voters will select new school board members in election districts 3, 4, and 6. School will be in session, and as a reminder, Jackson Middle School is the only site in the district used, or only school in the district being used for this election. And the polling location will be at door 10, the pool entrance area, which is secure and separated from any contact with students or staff. Polls are open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and there's also early voting, and all the details are on our district website. So thanks to all for taking the time to be informed and to vote. So Co-Chair Arkell, thank you, and that concludes my superintendent's report this evening.
Thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions for the superintendent? All right. Well, thank you very much. Our next agenda item is elementary and secondary education, item 8A, the October 1st enrollment report. Welcome Michelle Vargas, Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Vandentop, Director of Technology and Information Systems, and Nick Herman, Data Integration Manager.
Good evening, Superintendent McIntyre and members of the board. We are here tonight to present for you enrollment report, October 1 enrollment report. The report can be found on Appendix H. Nick Herman, my colleague, is going to highlight several data points for you this evening.
Thank you. So the purpose of our October 1 report is we do it every year on October 1 so we can grab a snapshot of what our enrollments are for that year. We know our enrollments change daily. Kids come, kids go. Our October 1 is our snapshot of how our school is looking at this point in time. The purpose of this is to provide us information on enrollments, our key demographics, any trends that are happening in our schools. Some schools are going up, going down, flatlining, and describe any potential impacts it may have on our district and things going on in our schools. So our October 1 enrollments, they impact our facilities and our programmings. We've had schools that have been historically overpopulated. We've had schools that have decreased. We've had to repurpose. So our October 1s really give us an idea of the health of each individual school. Is it overpopulated, underpopulated? Is it efficient? And this also ties in with our projections. So each year in the winter, we go ahead and we project how many students we anticipate coming next year at every school, every grade level, which helps us get our staffing for the upcoming year, and it affects our budget. And then other implications is, are we using our facilities appropriately? Are our boundaries appropriate for our schools? And then it also allows us to view what's happening in terms of our open enrollment enrollment options process, and if there's any schools we want to monitor for that. All right, so an overall summary is our enrollment is fairly stable. We do have a slight decrease in enrollments, but we're talking very few, like over 36,000 students, we're talking 12 students decrease. Our projections were within just under 1%, and that's pretty typical for each year, within 1 to 2% accurate with our projections. We noticed some changes or trends, with ethnicity. It is very a stable trend where our schools are becoming more and more diverse and our district is becoming more diverse. There are some steady trends with our multilingual learners, and also our free and reduced populations are slightly decreasing. So K-12, our enrollments had decreased by 12 students.
Just a second, please.
Yes.
Director Langenfeld's got a question.
I just have a question about free and reduced populations continuing with a slight decrease. It appears to align when we started having free meals for kids. And is that possible that people just aren't signing up?
It
That
is.
may have qualified?
Yep, it is.
So can you just share the district's efforts to make sure, so that I understand what the district is doing, because that's a trend in places, so Just want to know if it's really declining or people just aren't signing up.
Director Langenfeld, the efforts are still the same. So the child nutrition program is reaching out to all families in order to express the need for them to fill it out if they want to access other items that are reductions that they can access for free and reduced, activity fees, those types of things. So there still is a very hard push within our child nutrition department in connection with our student information system to get out to families the benefits that are available to them and accessible if they fill it out, where they may not directly qualify without filling out the paperwork.
Thank you, I appreciate that, because I think it's very important for the district to have that information to offer those supports for the families. The other part in wonderment is sometimes there's federal funding tied to the percentage of children that receive free and reduced lunch. So are we impacted by that?
There's federal funding based on the meals served for those that would qualify, so yes. If there are students being served with the free lunch from the state at this point in time that didn't apply for it but would have qualified, yes, we are, it's being backfilled by the state.
Okay.
So it's not a loss to the district per se, but it's an exchange of costs from federal dollars to state dollars, the way that the reimbursement goes for meals now with all paid meals.
Okay, thank you for that.
Superintendent.
Board members, I'd just like to point out in a couple of slides, you'll see the breakdown in the trend going back to 2016, where we did see a double-digit jump in from 21 to 22, but pre-pandemic, we're still well above that. And it was a 2% decrease from about 42% to about 40%. So as we wait for the state work on the comp ed calculation and formula, that'll help us reset what's our strategy. How that gets done, we'll adjust our efforts around that. Thank you.
So as I mentioned, our enrollments are down slightly, 12 students overall. We had projected for a 366 student decrease for this year, and we did operate under a very conservative projections as to avoid overstaffing. And just because our projections and our staffing are related and tied together. Yeah, go ahead to the next slide. And this is just our overall trend as a district, K-12 traditional schools, of what we've had since 1993. And a notable trend, and I'll mention this a few times throughout, is we were having increases 2016, 17, 18, 19, and then 2020 hit the pandemic, and that decreased our population significantly. And we were on a trend up, but we have not yet recovered from our losses for the pandemic. So our K-5, our elementary schools, they have decreased by 232 students from last year. And the previous year, it had decreased from 224 students. So we are seeing a decline in our overall elementary enrollment. And we also have a small kindergarten class of 2,268. That is historically our smallest kindergarten class. I went back 30-some years, and that is still our smallest class. And what we are seeing for kindergarten is it used to fluctuate 50 to 80 students, around 2,600, give or take. We are seeing that this is the third year in a row where we've seen a steady decline. Typically, we'd see it go up and go down a little bit, but this is number 3 where it is a straight decline with our kindergarten students. And this chart here shows that right there.
Superintendent, add some thoughts.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, we've talked about this before, board members, but we are seeing a 50-year low in birth rates as well. So couple that with families having smaller families and waiting longer from what we heard from the state demographer. I think that trend with small classes at kindergarten is likely a trend that can continue on for us and across the state.
Yeah, and we've seen decreases before us, like 2007 to 2012, we saw a decrease, and then it popped up a little bit. From 2016 to 2018, we saw a decrease, and it popped up a little bit. And It may pop up a little bit again in the next couple of years, but I don't expect, just like we've seen with thermographers and stuff, that our younger population kindergarten overall will not likely increase overall. So here is our, I think we said our K enrollments. Next slide, please. Our middle school enrollments are up 248 students. And right now I did some of our math. These sixth graders were our kindergarten COVID students. They're hitting our middle schools right now. So we did see a larger increase in our middle school, and we typically see an increase from fifth grade to sixth grade in the transitions years, and also from eighth grade to ninth grade. We saw a pretty big increase this year from sixth grade, or fifth grade to sixth grade, excuse me. So part of the speculation is we may have gained some of those kids who left during COVID who didn't start with us and maybe went to private or somewhere. But it is a noticeable increase that we got from fifth grade to sixth year, or from fifth to sixth grade, that is a bit larger this year. In our high school enrollments, they are down a bit, down 28 students. And in last year, we were down 212 students in high school. We have seen another decrease, but just not at the same rate. And here's our middle school enrollments. It fluctuates. We are seeing a slight increase. But again, with our kindergartens being lower, we're seeing higher cohorts come through. So we may see decreases, and we'll likely see decreases in the future as our kindergarten population matriculates through. And here we have our high school. So the last few years, we've been very, very steady with our high school population overall. So this slide here is our ethnic groups, our ethnic populations within our schools, and we have seen a steady increase. This is a part of the data that I like. It's easy to predict. We are seeing steady increases year after year in our ethnic population. So in this graph here is our multilingual, or the chart. The most important one I'll draw your attention to is the fourth column in the percentages. We are seeing a steady increase. We do have a jump in 24-25, which is last year, to 10%, back down to 9.5% this year, but overall our trend is increasing in our multilingual students. So here's some additional information on our free and reduced. We have decreased by 2.15%. And Michelle Vargas had gone through our efforts to kind of what's going on and what our departments are doing to kind of recoup some of that and make sure families are applying for all those services that they qualify for. Then the direct certification has impacted us as well, in those numbers. Yeah.
You spoke to that direct certification, so that's the cause of the jump? Is that what jumped it so high, so quick? Yeah.
Yeah, in 2022, yes, that was the first year that they implemented the direct certification of the Medicaid.
Yeah, so could you just, for all of us, just tell us what that change did? Like when they the direct certification, what did it mean?
For us, it was just how we were certifying. Prior to that, it was all based on the paper.
Yeah.
From that, so once you put that in, more of it, those that weren't filling out the paperwork weren't getting credit for it. So as a district, we weren't getting credit for it. So what happened was compensatory funding is directly related to this. So that year, that happened statewide. So what it did is it basically doubled the amount at the state level that compensatory was. This was actually, that large jump, what it did for us was what we were to maintain a lot of the ESSER positions that we talk about because it increased our compensatory. So it just the number of students that weren't being identified because families weren't filling out the paperwork.
Yeah, so the issue now is they might not fill out the paperwork. They otherwise qualify based upon this, right? So how does that?
Right now, it's the families that don't directly qualify through the direct certification.
Yep.
You still, the new formula, the back and forth and compensatory, is just using the direct qualified. And now there's a hold harmless. So we're still looking for those families to fill it out.
Yeah.
Because right now, it does affect, and we saw what we would have had for the current year would have dropped $4 million, the new formula with not including the paper ones. So even if we're not getting all the paper ones that we were getting, and not considering those, dropped our revenue $4 million, but they came in with the hold harmless from that. So that's the formula that they're looking at with it.
Okay. Thanks.
And overall, just kind of summarize what we've covered today is our enrollments, they're stable, but they're not likely to grow significantly. Our kindergartner is coming low, and they're our base number. When they come in, we typically grow from kindergarten to first to second as they move up through 12th grade. Those cohorts add on, but our base number is getting lower. So would, expect our overall enrollments to slowly decline as far as we can see for now. Which, we have here the birth rates impact that. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't necessarily mean to interrupt you, but, so there's discussion of like a really huge development in Andover. Are we starting to factor that into calculations yet? I know it's pretty early. It's not really
Yeah, we're looking at
100%
that.
approved, but it's big.
Yeah, we've met with the city. We're actually meeting again with the cities this week. I believe it's about 1,400 homes. And we've seen this a lot, especially within Andover, the villas going in. And those we don't see kids from villas. Apartments and stuff, we don't necessarily, especially high-end apartments, we don't see kids. So yes, we are looking at that. We're very aware of that. I believe their anticipated completion date is 2035.
Yeah.
They're doing roughly, anticipating 100 and some-ish homes a year. So yes, we are very aware of that, and we are watching that for Andover schools.
It's good. Thanks.
Yeah, and with that, I like you bringing that up because housing does bring kids. And one of the biggest things that we noticed with housing around the pandemic, which really caught us off guard, was low interest rates. If we see low interest rates, younger families can afford homes. The newer homes are being built. So that does impact our schools. But it's really who moves in and who can afford those homes, whether it's new families, young families, or older families in existing. But that is something we watch very closely as all the developments going on in our district. And again, we gather birth rates every year. All the students or children that are born in our district, they come into our system, and then we don't have a lot of touch points, but then we bring them into the year when they come into kindergarten, do some calling and stuff, and those are all, declining slightly. And, last bullet point here is we are just expecting a very slight decline, nothing major, but slight decline. So I believe that wraps up our presentation. Are there any questions for us?
Board members, any additional questions or comments? All right, well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, our next agenda item is item 8B, the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness Achievement Integration Overview. Welcome Tanya Constantine, Deputy Superintendent, Sarah Hunter, Executive Director of Learning and Achievement, and Scott Hare, Executive Director of Student Support Services.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanya Constantine. Welcome to our presentation, members of the board and Superintendent McIntyre. So tonight, we have the great privilege of sharing our district's year in review. This is the old World's Best Workforce. This year, it's been renamed by MDE, the Comprehensive Achievement and Civic Readiness, which we now call CACR. We also have some data in here from our Achievement and Integration Plan. You're going to see a lot of data in the next half hour. We want to thank Dr. Jonna Romer-Hurt and her RET team for compiling the data and creating such informative visuals. Now, the presentation of the World's Best Workforce, or CACR, I have some history with this, as it's something that every school board listens to about this time of year, and it always seems like it kind of hits the same, where people start to check out a little bit. It's lagging indicators. It's data that we required from last year's test scores. And I think, though, what can be challenging for educators, teachers, and principals, and all of us sitting here, is the timing of it. It kind of reminds me of a football season. So you think when you're all excited about a new football season, right? You're all hyped up. You go to the first opening game, you've got your face painted, you're all hyped up. And then imagine if after the first quarter, the GM comes out and says, hey, we're going to talk about last season's data. We're going to go over the sacks, the fumbles, false starts, turnovers. That's kind of how teachers, principals, educators feel right now. We have a really positive start to the beginning of the school year. We're feeling very future focused, and we'd like to keep this positive, the leading indicators, how we are responding to this data at the forefront. So when you review the data tonight, you're going to see some encouraging trends, as well as areas where continued attention is needed. We recognize that, and both are important. Our team can say with confidence that we will see an increase in literacy scores over the next several months and years. We are confident in giving you that information, and there are several reasons why. First of all, our teacher training. Our teachers have gone through the most rigorous literacy training across the nation. They have received purposeful training in phonemic awareness, phonics, morphology, vocabulary, reading fluency, and comprehension. When I was an elementary classroom teacher 10 years ago, we were not being trained to this high level. We also have a very incredible new reading curriculum, CKLA, with proven results. We actually had adopted this CKLA 3 years ago down in southeast Minnesota. We saw immediate results, and the literacy scores continued to climb. Finally, we can say with confidence that our literacy scores will improve because of enhancing our multi-tiered systems of support. Allow me, because I have the microphone, to make a pitch for the importance of highly skilled instructional and academic coaches and interventionists. Our teachers have been trained in intensive curriculum adoption and a lot of literacy information that they possibly were not taught in college. We have highly trained teachers who have become coaches, interventionists, and specialists. They work with our teachers during the teachers' prep time for job-embedded professional development. I have been moving around the schools in this district. I have been in 5 districts, and what I have seen has completely blown my mind. Every time I come back from a school, whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school, and they don't know I'm coming, I can tell you about the growth and literacy that I'm seeing. I am seeing teachers who are taking their own prep time to go work with interventionists to learn how to provide better strategies in the classroom. Finally, even MVP quarterbacks have their own quarterback coaches. When Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills won MVP last year, he credited most of his success to his quarterback coach. Enough of the football analogies. I want to introduce our Executive Director of Learning and Achievement, Sarah Hunter, and Executive Director of Student Services, Scott Hare.
Good evening, co-chairs Arco and DeShane, Superintendent McIntyre, members of the board, and the public here and online. I'll be sharing as Deputy Superintendent Constantine described the both sort of the overview of our response to CACR legislation, but also the data that is aligned with it from last year. And then my colleague will be sharing about the Achievement Integration Plan. And I will say that the most important thing that I'll be sharing this evening is our next steps as a district to respond, both celebrate and respond to our data from last year. So the CACR has 6 components, and so Anoka-Hennepin has a strategy implemented to support each of those 6. So we have goals that you all set from the board level all the way down to the classroom level, right? So those are integrated into school improvement plans, discussed in leadership teams at each site. We also have a comprehensive assessment system. You'll see a lot of that data today, though I would say the most important data that we use as a part of our assessment system is the day-to-day assessments that teachers are using in their classrooms to inform instructional decisions. All of our staff are regularly scheduled for performance reviews, and you're familiar with the program with QComp. So QComp supports our teacher development and evaluation. Those observations focus on instruction, and then my team is responsible for making sure that our curriculum are aligned to the standards and to our students' needs. We also employ a lot of different effective educational practices. One of the most important is MTSS, and I'll speak more about that throughout the slides later this evening. And I think this is important to mention that over 75% of our district budget is directly aligned to classrooms. That feels important to me given that the learning happens in classrooms. I'm going to hand it to Executive Director Hare.
Thank you. I appreciate being here for my first presentation to the school board, so thank you. If you look at the Achievement and Integration Plan, we've been involved in this for many years, but it results out of legislative components. And so there's 3 areas about the legislative components. One is reducing the disparities in academic achievement based on a student's diverse racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Another one is to reduce the disparities in equitable access to effective and more diverse teachers among racially, ethnically, and economically diverse students. And lastly, to increase racial and economic diversity and integration. Now, how does this come about? So there's buckets. If you could turn to the next slide, please. There's 6 buckets that our plan, yes?
Can I ask a question real quick? I mean, I probably know the answer, but just for the sake of putting the thought out there, are we doing anything to prevent that from occurring? Like all of those, the goals of, on the last slide, like the 2 or 3 bullets?
I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
So what was the, can we go back to that last slide? So, for example, it says like, increase racial and economic diversity and integration. Are we doing anything to prevent that from occurring?
Well, the plan is, so there's 4 ways we qualify. So if you, I don't know if you've been through that, but so you can be a racially isolated school district. And so to prevent that would have to mean that you'd have to prevent yourself from being not a racially identified school district or isolated school district. We could be adjoining a racially isolated school district, so you'd have to move away from being a racially or adjoining a racially isolated school district. You can voluntary to be in this plan. So there's different ways that, but because of the eligibility, you'd have to not meet one of those eligibility areas to move away from that. So,
Director Langenfeld?
Through magnet schools and specialty schools, that was the strategy back in the day when we had some of the schools identified. So that's how some of them came to be.
That's my understanding too, Director Langenfeld.
Well, board members, the statute's cited at the bottom of the slide, so there's allowable ways to address the statute requirements. That is one of the methods that this
and maybe I
district has
heard
used.
your question, didn't understand it. So if you look at the buckets on the next slide and what you just represented, these buckets try to work through all of these areas within that statute. So if you look at the college and career readiness, the rigorous coursework such as AVID and like our IB program, that's one way to try to do that. Professional development within our teaching staff. targeted interventions to try to improve achievement. And so you look at some of our middle school and high school reading and math interventionists that are a part of that program. The family engagement. So we have student support advocates, cultural liaison. Our student services group has many family engagement nights. We just had one recently at at our enrollment center. We have an integrated and innovative learning environment. So this is what Director Langenfeld was just mentioning, our magnet schools. We belong to the Northwest Integration School District Collaborative. And then lastly, it's the recruitment and retention of a diverse workforce to try to improve that as well.
So I guess if I could maybe pinpoint one of them on that slide, it says reduce disparities and equitable access to effective and more diverse teachers among racially, ethnically, and economically diverse students. So I guess it's a two-part question. Are we doing anything to prevent diverse teachers from getting these jobs? I don't think we are. But then if we're not, I guess maybe what's implied is we're trying to almost force it to occur, or favoring certain ethnic groups over others to meet that. Is that a correct understanding?
I think one of the benefits of this plan and one of the goals of this plan is to get a more diverse workforce that better is more aligned with some of our student population. So if you just looked at the previous presentation, you had an increase in our student groups of ethnic areas. So what this plan does and what the state plan tried to do was to try to match that to some degree. That doesn't mean we're changing our hiring practices around that I'm aware of.
I guess what I'm getting at is to meet this, we have to look at the color of their skin when we're hiring them, right? To check that box, to say, if we want a diverse hire or whatever, diverse teachers, what does that even mean? Like if we're not first observing the color of their skin and then making decisions based upon that. Is that correct?
Well, I've only been here for 4 months, so I'd have to go back and review our hiring processes, but I don't believe that to be the case.
How else then could we even assess if we're getting diverse teachers among racially, ethnically, and economically diverse students if we don't ask that question?
As a school district, one of the goals would be to, in terms of meeting this plan, would be to increase your teachers of color. Does
Okay.
that mean that we're changing our hiring practices and taking different teachers over different teachers because of the color of the skin? I think that's the question you're asking me? No.
Okay, so if we're not doing that then,
I
how
would say
can
we are out encouraging and recruiting teachers of color. That doesn't mean, though, that we're taking, if you're just saying the color of the skin gets their job, no.
That's not what I'm saying, but if one of the criteria before we're recruiting is, let's check what the color of their skin is and then go recruit, that is occurring, sounds like, right?
I don't agree with, I don't believe the way you're rephrasing it is exactly the way that is happening.
Well, then I go back to my original question, how can we even establish then if we're hiring diverse teachers if we don't ask that question?
Well, in terms of our HR department, they keep data on all of our employment records in terms of what our diversity is within our workforce in all different areas. That could be paraprofessionals, custodians. And so the goal would be, in terms of this plan, would be to increase those areas.
So we verify it after the fact, but during the hiring process, we pay no mind to it. Is that correct?
So in terms of an application, you're asking, do they check if they're a teacher of color and then therefore they get moved in?
Not how they apply, how we assess. So we verify after the fact, that's, I believe, what you were just describing. But during the hiring process, if we're seeking more diverse teachers, how can we know if we're getting them if we don't ask that question? Like we, the district.
I'd have to get back to you on that question because I'm not familiar with exactly our hiring process in terms of that question.
Well, I guess I would add that statewide, 4% of our teachers are teachers of color. So I think most districts would love to have a workforce that represents the students we serve. And we have vacancies and hard-to-fill positions, right? So we are always looking for the best candidate, and we also want to hire staff that reflect the populations and the communities that we represent. And you just saw the slide. We double in our ethnic makeup as a district almost every 10 years. So it's a little bit of a both and. We don't, that would be discriminatory if we selected a candidate purely on their skin color, right? That's not what happens. We also have an obligation to put put as many great employees in front of our kids every day, and we know that there's an effect there. So this plan, though, is really meant on student outcomes. So we can follow up with more human resources information if the board would like. We're happy to do that. We've done that. This is one of your recruitment and retention is one of the board priorities. And there's many strategies that we've covered over time that we use to get there. This plan that we're talking about tonight is about how do we increase achievement and academic outcomes for students.
Correct, and we'll be coming back with a new plan here in a couple of months. We're in the process of rewriting that plan and taking stakeholder information on that plan, so we'll be presenting here probably in January or February because it has to be submitted to the state in March.
All right. This next slide, and I think it's me, aside from Scott, for one slide for the rest of the presentation. Go back one slide. Sorry. So what you'll see here relates to some of the conversation from earlier this evening. The blue line is over the last 10 years, the increase in students of color that Anoka-Hennepin is serving over time. So you'll see a steady increase over the last decade. The two lines near the bottom, the yellow and the green, are our students receiving special education services and students receiving multilingual services. So those student populations have grown as well, but have grown at a slightly slower rate. And then you'll also see, the sort of weird jump in the line, the red line. That is the students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And as was discussed earlier, when the state instituted the direct certification requirement, we're seeing that decline over these last 2 years. And the odd jump is because there were 2 years, and you'll see the asterisk on the bottom, the 2021 school year and 21-22 school year, it was not required to submit applications, so we had that dip and then jump up there. What I would ask is that you consider our demographic trends and the students who we have the privilege of serving as I present the rest of the data, as these are the students who are represented in our data.
Just a quick comment. I want to follow up on a question that was asked earlier by Director Audette. It's a really good one, and we have 1 year of hold harmless on the current comp ed formula. That's a $4 million piece for our district, and then we also have a $5 million component that goes with that for a pilot that was put in place nearly 20 years ago. So there's a lot riding on this next year on how that formula gets decided, with the main piece of that formula being around the concentration factor of poverty. So in smaller schools, if there's a higher concentration, that's what's been used in the past, and we have large buildings in our district for efficiency. So we are definitely trying to provide input to that committee to make sure that we don't see a big influence or a big change that would hurt us financially in that reestablishment of that formula. Because we have a lot of money, really at play here on that particular piece that we've used over time for many things. So just want to reinforce that.
All right, so these next 3 slides are about student perception data. So the first, you'll see across all grade bands, we saw an increase in the percent of students who report they feel safe at school at every grade level between 24 and 25. Our data also shows that staff's feeling of safety in school jumped up from 24 to 25, though the data presented on this slide is just for students. The next slide speaks to safety and connectedness in the area of bullying. So again, this is on our annual survey and here we want to see that students have never been bullied, right? So this is the percent of students who report they've never been bullied. Went up for our high school students, and it's at the highest at the high school level. So you see an increase from 89 to 92%, whereas we saw statistically not very significant declines in elementary and middle here. And then the third, we saw an increase across all grade levels from school year 24 to 25 I'm on the wrong slide on my own thing. So an increase across all grade levels between 24 and 25 for students' relationship with teachers. And given that the only way that we're going to see strong instruction impact student achievement is if students feel safe and secure with their student-teacher relationship, this is a really positive statistic to see. And I'm going to hand it to Executive Director Hare.
So in terms of the district's response to that data and some of the other concerns around safety and connectiveness, I want to highlight a few areas to bring to your attention. So again, we are reviewing the Safety Task Force recommendations. And we do meet often on that and put some things into place in regards to all of the areas that task force came forward with. One of them is routinely monitoring student discipline at the systems level. So we have a group that comes together every 2 weeks. We're looking across the district. We're looking at hotspots. We're looking at behavior, and we're tracking that. And we're working with those buildings and maybe sending some additional support when needed, and trying to support that behavior. We're also trying to work with continuing the support for chemical and mental health, because that can be a big trigger for behavior. And working with our chemical health specialists, they're working with a new program called the REACH program and trying to connect students and families with services and get interventions for chemical health. Providing that ongoing professional development on engagement and behavior. We've had several PD, I think Deputy Superintendent talked about the literacy training that we've gone on. We've also got a lot of different other types of PD that have gone on in this area. And then also delivering individualized interventions through counseling, special education, and targeted behavior plans. Talked about the MTSS model, our multiple tiered support levels of service and what that looks like. So we're really trying to increase what those interventions look like to provide those supports. And then we're always trying to strengthen family and community partnerships to support consistent behavior expectations. But again, going back to that safety task force, we really have taken every one of those bulleted items with total seriousness and put teams in place that are working towards those.
All right, it's back to me. So the next series of several slides will be performance data that are aligned to the comprehensive achievement and civic readiness goals. So there are goals in, if you go to the next slide. There are goals in school readiness, so making sure that our students who arrive to kindergarten, who we have served in pre-K programming or early childhood programming, come to kindergarten as prepared as is possible, that our students leave us college and career ready, that we continue to reduce and then close achievement gaps, and that all of our students graduate. Formerly, third grade literacy, or Read Well by Third Grade, was a part of this presentation. That is now looped into the READ Act. But I will speak to literacy throughout this presentation. So the next two slides are about school readiness. The first is the teaching strategies goal data that is what we use in our pre-K programming. And one note that compares this slide to the next slide, this data is gathered over the course of the year that we serve students in pre-K programming, and the bar does not change from fall to winter to spring. It's the same, same expectations. What we want to see is an increase, and we do see that we increased across all developmental areas comparing school year 24 to 25. The next slide is essentially our metric for, and now when those students move into kindergarten, and they are in kindergarten classes with students who may not have had the opportunity to be a part of our pre-K programming, how is our whole kindergarten class doing? At the beginning of the year, we see our students are coming in at about 27% of them are meeting grade level standards for that time of year. So that's what makes this assessment different. And then when you move to the spring, the bar has raised, right? So we expect more out of our students as they have been with us over the course of a year. So it's a big positive improvement that we see more than double of our students who came in proficient are then proficient in the spring. That means some of the things that we are doing in our classrooms as it relates to reading and kindergarten are working, and we just need to continue to improve to see more than 67% of our students ready. Then this would be for first grade at the end of kindergarten. So in terms of what are we doing about it, so this is the part that I am almost at the 4-month point. So I'm going to be sharing what we are intending to do over the course of this year and some of the things we've already begun. So in early childhood, as you know, this district was well ahead of your peers in getting teachers registered and excited about letters training. So we continue to make sure that all of our teachers are trained in foundational skills and science of reading. And we chose letters for early learners, which is the right full package to support our early childhood teachers, so that then when our students come into kindergarten, they are as prepared as we can be. We are also using Heggerty as our supplemental curriculum in pre-K in order to support foundational skills for students as they are moving towards kindergarten, and that aligns really well with our K-5 curricula that we have just adopted this year. And then as you hear over the course of the evening, the use of a strong MTSS model is really important for all of the needs that a child has, and at the pre-K level, particularly supporting school readiness, the ability to be with peers on the carpet, et cetera, and in play. So we do support social emotional learning through an MTSS model in pre-K. I'm going to move to elementary. So we have 3 MCA slides, so the Minnesota Comprehensive Assessment. Just to orient you to the slides for the rest of the presentation on MCA, the blue line, when present, is the state average. And then the bars are Anoka-Hennepin scores. So you'll see here our scores increased in grade 5 from 24 to 25 and had small decreases in grades 3 and 4. That meant that we were stable across the system, but are well above the state average in math. And then in literacy, we saw an increase in grade 5, so you see a sort of cohort effect there, right, where that group of 5th graders, they're up in both literacy and in math. And again, same deal where 3rd and 4th grade are a small decline. So there's sort of something about that we need to make sure we're supporting those grade levels appropriately, but again, above the state average in reading. And then here, I want to be really clear about the black line. So we started, the state of Minnesota implemented a brand new MCA science test last year. So this is the first slide that speaks to that. This is 5th grade, but 5th, 8th, and then we take one year in high school as well. The state has asked that we not compare. It's inappropriate to compare this year's results or 2025's results to the prior years. It's a different test on different standards. So this is considered our baseline for the district. In 5th grade, we are 5% higher than the state average, which is considered our new baseline. So what we will be looking to see as we move towards MCA season this next year is an increase in that 32% baseline. Yes.
Director Langenfeld?
At some point, it would be really nice to get a little more detail. I'm interested in knowing how it's being scored and what the cut scores are. And I think that's really important. If it aligns with NAEP testing that often, what's it normed with and what, are we looking normed with national?
Sure.
I'd like to know that. Thanks.
Director DeShane?
Thank you. Can you give us just a minute or two for those listening about some of the differences? Like, what was the MCA test before? What is it testing now? How is it different?
Yeah. So the biggest change from the last round of standards to this new round of standards is that the assumption is that students that anything that is rote memorization is no longer tested, right? So if you think of the depth of knowledge levels from 1 to 4, there are no depth of knowledge 1 questions on the MCA science at all anymore at any of the 3 grade levels. And then very few, minimal level 2 depth of knowledge. The assumption is that students in their science classrooms are learning how to make meaning of the data in front of them, and then essentially explain their thinking around the trends they're seeing. So I think one of the most important things to us making inferences. So they are presented more with scenarios that they then have to assess and analyze. So it's a higher level of thinking that's required. And it's not necessarily going to be data they're familiar with, right? So it assumes both math and science skills are present for students at these 3 grade levels. So as we see, we want to see our math scores go up. They should then correlate with increases in science scores.
And literacy. There's a lot
Yes,
of
and
reading
of
on
course
the test.
literacy. So I think that all three are sort of in tandem with one another. We're going to see a change in our literacy and our math tests coming up too. So this is sort of the first, right, of our opportunity to have this conversation. Our expectations for our students is that they are sense makers, right? And that's what these standards require of them. So I think one of the most important things is that we have opportunities for them in each of their science classes to engage in laboratory experiments that allow them to make meaning and then check, right? Check their understanding amongst their peers. Yeah, predictions and assessments. So it looks wildly different from what we have had in the past, which might have been that you could memorize a bunch of things about, science and then present it in multiple choice questions on the MCA, and that is a thing of the past for our state.
Director Hochman.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we're, the trend, great, big changes happening in science here, and certainly that difference between rote memorization and inquiry-based learning. One thing that I find concerning is that while this is a rewritten test that's testing those different strategies, I think that our school district worked hard to implement changes in elementary school and middle school years prior to this test. So it seems like that planning ahead, in fact, I am a science teacher and I was working in the district when those changes were adopted. So I believe that was 4 years ago, 5 years ago that those new things were put in place. So when we were looking at that downward trend in the years prior, it was explained as, well, we're teaching students with a different method, so it makes sense that we went from 57 to 54 to 50. Now we have the new test, and I understand there has to be some normalization, but that is a strikingly low number. So that brings concern. We'll definitely have to dig into that more. Also, just a comment about the idea of rote memorization, and certainly it's at, as you pointed out, the bottom of the pyramid. We also want to think about the bottom of the pyramid is the base of the pyramid. You need that foundational knowledge in order to perform at the high levels. So just making certain, especially for our English language learners who aren't familiar with the terms at all, which is not unique to them, but I think to all students, without the vocabulary, it's going to be very hard to implement the principles of science. So just something for us to look forward to make certain that we're giving students the opportunity to grow and flourish in their science.
Yeah, I just want to echo that sentiment. That's kind of baffling to me that they've discarded rote memorization, because I'm not aware of any subjects that there isn't at least some portion of memorization necessary to do that subject, even including being a doctor. I'm sure you want your doctor to have completely memorized the functions of all the major body parts. It would be pretty astonishing if they had to think that through every time they saw a liver or something. So it's kind of weird that they do that in science, I guess. That makes no sense to me.
I think I appreciate your comment in bringing that into the space, Director Hochman. You are correct that it is layering on top, right? So yes, it would be super important that we make sure that students understand content, vocabulary, et cetera, and it's and. So I think a part of what the test specs would assume is, you are correct, Director Arco, that students have that knowledge and then can apply it, right? So it's a yes and. I also think one note to make is that when we think about instructional minutes, we don't have a lot of time dedicated to elementary science. So I think as somebody who cares deeply about students being able to engage in all content areas at the elementary level, there's not a lot of time for teachers at the elementary level to cover science content. And We did implement early as a district some of the standards, but that started at the middle school level. It wasn't as early at the other grades. So I think a couple things that I would like to be able to come back and talk with you about is instructional minutes and how we make sure that students have access to content across all of the content areas at the elementary level, and then making sure that we are ensuring that our instruction is at the level, or our materials and our instruction are aligning with what students need as they take the assessment. So I really appreciate this conversation. So some of what we just discussed was a part of what I wanted to talk about here, so thank you. One of the things that feels really important to acknowledge for our elementary teachers is that they have a huge task. They had a huge task before this year because they are responsible for teaching a lot of different content areas over the course of a day. But now this year, we have the gift from you all from last year of brand new literacy curricula in Bridge to Read, Functional Morphology, and CKLA. That does mean that the lift for our elementary teachers is high. And one of the things that we have done differently with implementation of these three curricula is, as compared to the Wonders rollout several years prior, is we want to make sure that we are engaging with our teachers in planning, backwards planning from the standards. They are the people who know the most about what their students know and don't know and need in the classroom. So a lot of the work that our literacy specialists are doing this year is directly supporting grade level teams at their schools in planning from the standards to match the curricular resources that are in front of them. Instead of what had sort of happened in the pandemic, and this was not unique to Anoka-Hennepin, is teaching just the next thing. Right? It was a necessity when we were teaching from our homes. It sort of became a thing that, it was like the next lesson in the slide deck. And what we know is that our teachers are brilliant and they have skills and experience in meeting students' needs. So the pairing of literacy specialist support and grade level team backwards planning is a lot of what we have done thus far this year for CKLA specifically. We also are, as I had mentioned earlier, we're ahead of the game in letters training, but we continue to make sure that any folks who are new to our system get their appropriate training. And so we're doing that both with letters training and with OLA, so the Online Language and Literacy Academy that's a bit shorter. We are also in the 7th year of both implementation of Bridges and Number Corner at the elementary level for math and our talent development school within a school programming. Of course, we have academic and behavior interventions to meet the individual needs of all students, but what I would say is always important first is that we are ensuring that every student has access to high-quality Tier 1 instruction. So that backwards planning that I'm describing that our literacy specialists are doing, that has to come first, and then, only then, we layer on those interventions that students need on top of that. And then we also, of course, are implementing behavior plans in order to make sure that we can support our students in being engaged in their classrooms all day long. So as we jump into middle school,
Superintendent.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just give a little breather here. I should have spoke up earlier. I just wanted to help the board members. We welcome and share your sense of urgency. And I also want to point out, and I tried to point this out on my last update to the board, and I'll go back to science. Despite those slides and those scores looking different and low compared to what we're used to seeing, we have schools at the high school, middle, and elementary level that are in the top quartile in the state in science. So we have areas that we are successful, highly successful, that we just need to figure out how to make that work more across the system. It's true in math, as well as you're going to see, and also in reading. So we are excited because we know it's possible. And when you look at our schools compared to schools like ours, we are in that top quartile. So there's excitement and energy around that because we believe we can drive those. How do we get those kind of results broader across the system, right? So I just want to pause and kind of insert that, give Sarah a little breather here.
Thank you. All right, so these slides will look relatively familiar. We saw an increase in middle school, so across 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, both 7th and 8th grade, those cohorts saw increases. A slight decrease in grade 6 of 1%, which isn't real statistically significant, which resulted in an overall increase. And you'll see again the blue lines, we are above the state average across the board. As we move to reading, again, so this is similar to an elementary. We have these same two grades increased in both math and literacy, right? So grades 7 and 8 see an increase and a small decrease in grade 6, resulting in an overall increase for our middle schools across the board. And then here you'll see again, so sort of same deal, the brand new assessment, we were at 20% proficient on MCA science in this first year, and that is 3% higher than than the state average for the first year of the new assessment. So when it comes to what are we going to do about it, at the middle school level, so for context, I'm a former middle school teacher. Middle school math is where my heart is. I only moved to elementary because I wanted my middle school students to have more of the skills that I wanted them to have at the middle school level. So that this is a group of children who I understand well, and our middle school principals are brilliant individuals who deal with a lot of adolescent stuff, right, on the day in and day out. So they, of course, need to work on strengthening our academic programs, but also how students feel as they're in the classrooms, in the hallways, et cetera, right? So it's the first place where students are needing to move around the building regularly throughout the day, and that's a big jump. We are using OLA to support our teachers at the middle school and high school level in order to make sure that the folks who are working on improving literacy achievement have what they need in terms of the skills and the materials. And then this feels like one of the biggest changes, and I would say should give us a measurable improvement in how effective our reading intervention classes are, is the use of CAPTE. It is statutorily required, but this one I feel really excited about. We used CAPTE in the district that I'm coming in a year ahead of the requirement, and so it's an assessment that we will be giving mid-year. It's 6 different subtests that allow us much more tangible, granular data about what students need in terms of literacy. So it looks more like if you're familiar with screeners and diagnostics, you don't want to stick with the screener because it just tells you that you need to know more. So I think of our A reading assessment as that is just sort of the dipstick to say, who do we need to know more about? When we use CAPTE mid-year, that will be the assessment that gives us real information that is system-wide for every kid about what they need for literacy, right? So it will support our reading teachers, but I think bigger than that, that data should help our core content teachers meet students' needs better, as they'll be able to see more of what their students struggle with as it relates to literacy. I'm excited to be able to come back and share with you mid-year information about what our initial round of CAPTE data looks like, and that will also be when we have mid-year growth data. The reading intervention teachers, are so excited and ready to have this data that they would do it tomorrow, and we want to make sure that we do right by students to implement it well. But I'm really grateful that this is an assessment that we'll be using.
If I could pause for a second.
Yeah.
Director Adet had a thought.
Yeah, thanks. About that CAPTE data or the assessment itself, is there a similar assessment being required in elementary, or?
Thank you for
if so, what is
mentioning
it? Yeah.
that. Yes, yep, it actually starts in 4th grade. So
Okay.
we have assessments at the lower elementary level that have more skill-based data, but starting in 4th grade, so mid-year, and I should have had it on both slides, so thank you for that. It will be implemented in 4th through 12th grade. The state gives you an option as a district whether to do what's called a gated approach, which means you use your fall screener data to determine who the students are that you need to know more about, right? And then use CAPTE to assess for students who are below grade level or potentially below grade level in reading, or you can use that assessment across the board. We're working with our elementary, middle, and high school leaders right now to determine what will work best for students across our system. But yes, so we're going to have better data at the grades 4 through 12 than we have had in years prior. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, so it's focused though on people that are behind.
It's, yes,
Yeah.
students who may need or absolutely
Right.
need support for reading.
So
Yes.
how does the student get assessed to need to participate in it?
Great question. So typically what's done is a universal screener. So for us, that was A reading in the fall, right? A reading and A math are our universal screeners within the FastBridge system. We have cut scores that tell us who are the students who we need more information on. And we want to make sure that for students who may not be proficient in the spring, we also, we don't want to leave it to chance. We want to make sure we catch anybody who may need additional support.
Okay, so the screener catches them, there's a
Yeah.
problem. This
Yep.
this helps
Tells us
diagnose
what.
exactly where the problem is,
Yep.
and then, okay.
And then we have, so the next step that the literacy and the math team have put together is decision charts. So for each sort of proficiency level or cut score, and then each of the subtests within the CAPTE assessment, it's essentially just a decision tree, like a diagnostic tree that a medical professional would use, right? This test, this treatment, yeah. Thank you for the question.
Director Langenfeld.
As I was reading through all of these wonderful slides and all the work that went into it, one of the things that is mentioned earlier is we have a comprehensive assessment system, which is what we've been talking about. If it would be possible in the future to bring that back, not only for literacy, but also math, and it doesn't have to be soon, but I know that's such a vital, important part of accountability that we all want to and understand. So in the future, but not today, but.
Thank you.
Director Hoekman.
Yeah, these are great points. The more data is going to be better. You brought up a really good point. Just looking at one sample of data now in October, the end of October, I mean, the test scores did come out in August, so perhaps we could revisit reviewing those, but we need more data. We need more information.
Yep.
I mean, World Series is tonight. They're looking at those statistics consistently to make continuous improvement. So if we could have more data to encourage the growth, to review things, to ensure that our kids get the best possible attention so that they can have the best possible outcomes.
And I'll just add, board members, we're working on a data dashboard system that will make that real-time data available for not only you, but our community and parents and others. So we're still in the process of implementation of that, and you've had a few updates on it. So we're excited about getting to that point where, as real as it can be, we can have that real-time and live data, right? And then, as was mentioned earlier, as we do some for those assessments in certain parts of the year, we will share that back out with the board so you can see that progression over the course of time that we believe is making the impact on moving the needle on these overarching assessments.
Okay. All right, so we'll talk about, there are lots more slides about high school. So we'll start with the three MCA slides. So we saw a small decrease by 1% from 24 to 25 for the district, and you'll see the state is on the right side for these. So the bars on the left are Anoka-Hennepin students. So from 35 to 34. As we move on to, and that's in grade, sorry.
Langenfeld.
Do you have any sense of what percentage of students didn't participate? That's been a big ongoing concern for districts across the entire state. And so as we're looking at this data, that's what my wonderment is. Are we talking 60% took it last year, 82% this, what are we able to compare is really what I'm asking.
That's a great question that I can get back to you on. I would have known it in past years because I just had it off the top of my head, but I don't hear yet. It is highly likely that this is the lowest percent participation, and it is across the state when we move to high school. Yeah.
I have a quick thought. So last year, when we had gone over this, I had kind of asked the same question, and Dr. Jonna Romahert, steel-manned is how we describe it, kind of the MCA test, meaning remove the known discrepancies that aren't normally accounted for. So if students are doing PSEO and we know they're not taking it, and they probably would have passed, account for that. If they don't take it, account for that. All of that is to say all of these results are still available from the previous board agenda, just attachments. And with those things accounted for last year, the results were only a few percentage points different, so it doesn't dramatically change anything. So unless there's been a sudden dramatic change in students taking it, I would expect about the same thing this year. So just throwing that out there.
All right, so in reading at the high school level, it looks almost exactly the same, right? So significantly higher, though, baseline. So we're at 53 and then 52% here, just higher than the state average. And then in science, again, though, this is the third and last time I'll say baseline. So our baseline in Anoka-Hennepin is starting at 34% at the high school level for science. All right, so what you're seeing here is, I would say, a huge area of celebration for Anoka-Hennepin that I want to name for the public. So 90% of our seniors, that's all seniors, take at least one college and career readiness course, and 80% of them take 2 or more. So that includes students who might be attending college and career courses their entire school day. And you see that the trend has been up over years. So I would say this is one of the areas that I would really love for our leaders and our teachers to be celebrated for. When I move to graduation rates on the next slide, we are relatively stable. It's sort of, bopped back and forth between about 84 and 80, 88, 89% over the last number of years. And same for what you see at the bottom is the 4-year dropout rate is very low. The other piece of data that isn't on this slide, but I will name, is the majority of our students who don't graduate do stay with us for 5th years and on until graduation. So we have a very strong retention rate amongst our students who we don't successfully get to graduation within 4 years, which is another thing I'd like to celebrate our high school leaders and teachers for. So, particularly at the high school level, so here, this is where it gets much more complex to make sure that we are meeting the needs of students who may need significantly more support than the school day seems set up to provide, right? So we need to make sure students are getting access to their graduation requirement coursework. We need to make sure that they are feeling and being successful in their graduation, required courses. But we also know that there are students who have made it through our system who need intervention at the high school level. So we are continuing to work with our math and literacy coaches at the district level. I have the privilege of being a part of, whenever I can make it, the high school literacy coaches meeting. They meet every other Friday for a part of the day at the district office, so I try to join them as much as I can in order to support them. And one of the things that they do is they see it their job not just to support, say, reading teachers, right, and ELA teachers. They've actually bridged across all of the content areas to coach teachers in science and in social studies, et cetera, on how to better meet their students' needs who may have reading gaps. So one of the things that we're also looking forward to in November, and I meant to mention this earlier in the presentation, is the state has not yet released their approved intervention curricula for reading. And one of the gaps that has been true sort of across the state and the nation is a lack of adequate intervention materials that are designed for secondary students, right? So my hope when we are implementing the CAPTE assessment mid-year is that that is paired with really good timing from the state where we have recommended intervention programs so that we can make sure we can match appropriate intervention programming with the scores that our students show. I'm looking forward to being able to share that with you, but what I wouldn't want that to sound like is that we don't have a plan in the meantime. So Scott and I have been working on making sure that we have a plan to support students receiving special education services at the middle school level who are in reading classes with, do they have appropriate support from the licensed teacher who has the reading license and also support from an IEP perspective. And we are supporting our middle school reading teachers with the materials that they need that aren't necessarily the purchased once the state comes out with their recommendations. But we have several different options that they have, and we actually did a day-to-day for our middle school reading teachers a number of weeks ago so that they could come dig into their fall data and move forward. They are some of the most committed to making sure that they meet each student's needs that I have seen in this system. So it's been really good to work alongside Executive Director Hare to support them in making sure we're being inclusive of students who receive special education services as well in those programs. We have a behavior intervention model that supports social and emotional needs of students, and again, at the high school level, we're using OLA in order to get our teachers the training they need for READ Act requirements.
Director Hoekman?
So if I understand right, the state hasn't released yet what their approved program would be for that intervention materials.
Yep.
I'm not sure, certainly don't know what others on the board are thinking, but I know that kids have limited time. We need to get something in their hands as soon as possible. So from my perspective, I hope that we can find the best program. Look at the research and the evidence that says this is a great intervention program that has a history of being successful. And I'd like to see us start using it as soon as possible. If it's not funded by the state, that would be a great disappointment, but I would rather have the best program possible in our students' hands as soon as possible.
Thank you. All right, so the fourth of the areas of the CACR is achievement gap closure. So I'm going to go through several slides here, and then we'll have an opportunity for questions as well. So what you're seeing here is the dark green is us, and then the light green is the state. And so this is trying to give a visual representation of where we are compared to the state in terms of meeting the needs of our diverse population. So the percent of Anoka-Hennepin students at or above grade level in all 6 ethnicities where we had enough students to report outperform the state. And then the other piece that feels really important is on the far right side of this slide, and it's the same as the next few slides. You'll see that our students receiving free and reduced lunch, special education services, and ML services are also above the state. So we are meeting more of those students' needs than our peers across the state. As we look at reading, the same is true aside from for our Asian subgroup. So all of the other subgroups outperform the state across the board, both all students and across the board. And then the same is true in science as well. So even though this was a new assessment, in each of our groups, aside from for our Asian students, we are outperforming the state in this first round of the assessment. Now, what I would want to make sure, and we do in the rest of these slides, we're comparing our trend over time as well, right? So not just looking at the state, but also seeing if we are making a difference for the students for whom we serve. So the next slide looks at...
I have a thought real quick, if that's all right. I just want to speak to kind of the underlying philosophy of the idea of an achievement gap, because if you could pick any of these really, math. I'm assuming the achievement gap means, well, just the gaps between the various ethnicities, but even if you take white students who are at 62%, which is the highest, and every other ethnicity exactly matched that, and it was 62% across the board, we're still failing over a third of our students. And I mean, in science, you could pick science, the highest, again, 36%, even if every ethnicity was at 36%, that's abysmal. So I understand, these are very well put together slides, and I get that this is part of the CACR, like kind of the metrics they use, but I don't personally find this to be a metric that really speaks to the success or lack thereof of the district, because like I said, even if every student was even if there was no achievement gap, we'd still be at 36% for science. So I would rather just see achievement, period. Just how are students doing? And I just like to see the percentages as high as possible, not just no gaps between the percentages, if that makes sense. So I think it's a flawed metric, to say the least. But again, that's nobody's fault. These are very well put together slides, very well put together presentation. I just wanted to speak to the philosophy of it.
And just one comment, thank you for your perspective on that. These are things we are required to report on at the state level, so we want for the board and the public to know what we are required to include in our report. That's an annual part of our CACR report. I almost said world's best workforce again. We just want to make sure that the board's in tune to what, data we are submitting or they're evaluating all districts on. So thanks, I appreciate you saying that so we could have that reminder.
So the next series of slides are us compared to us, right? So year over year. So we saw a gap reduction of 2% for our free and reduced lunch, students who qualify for free and reduced lunch and those who do not. And then we reduced the gap between students of color and white students by 1%. This is math. Then in reading, we remained steady. So and then I would say, so if you look at the right side, we actually saw 1% increase in the gap between white students and students of color in reading. And now you look at science, the dotted line is to not compare from year over year, but what we are starting with is a gap of 17%, and that is true both for free and reduced lunch and those who are not, and students of color and their white peers. All right, at the college course level, we talked a little bit about this earlier. So we are seeing significant decreases over time. If you look at the left side in terms of our students qualifying for free and reduced lunch, the students who do not qualify are about it staying pretty level. But the students who do qualify have increased significantly over the last 5 years. And we actually saw a 4% increase last year from 80 to 84% of those students taking college courses. And then the gap between our white students and students of color, it increased, but if you see, so sort of to Chair Arco's point, we saw both subgroups go up, right? So that's what we want to see. We want to see an increase for all of our students in order to make sure we are better meeting all of their needs. Now when we look at grad rates, we saw a gap reduction of 1% on the free and reduced lunch and non, and then a decrease of 1% on the other side. The note here is that both went down. Well, the decrease is because our graduation rate for our white students went down 1%. So it's a gap reduction-ish. And then we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so one of the things that we do, and I think I've been mentioned a number of times in the presentation, is we need to look at each child and their needs. That's what a strong MTSS system does. So our teachers and our principals do an amazing job of making sure that they know what the needs are of each student that's in front of them in the classroom, then planning for, as I had mentioned before, first Tier 1 instruction, only then Tier 2 and or Tier 3 instruction, and only at that point would we look to support a student by potentially going through the evaluation process for special education. It's our job to make sure that we meet students' needs the best we can prior to then. Our MTSS system includes pieces that are around best instruction, assessment tools, so the CAPTE assessment will be integrated into that system as soon as we have that data mid-year. We look at indicators of engagement, so how engaged are students in the classroom and what are some strategies we can use to make sure that they are feeling welcomed as their whole selves in the classroom. Climate, right, like what's the climate like in the school building and or in the classroom to support student learning, and then of course student behavior and mental health supports to support the whole student. The next set of slides, those of you who have been in these presentations before, you have seen, but I'll explain a little bit for the public. The orange dots, so this is a scatter plot of all of the schools in elementary across the state, and the orange dots are Anoka-Hennepin schools. So what we would want to see, you could sort of draw a trend line along the dots. That's the trend line that shows as a school's free and reduced percent of students who receive free and reduced lunch it goes down, achievement goes up. So it's inversely correlated. So what we want to see is that we serve our students We want to see, of course, increases in achievement across the board. So seeing the orange dots on the sort of top end of the rest of the scatter plot is what Superintendent McIntyre was speaking to earlier this evening around we have schools that are beating the odds. We have schools that are in the top quartile of their peer group, and they're better meeting their students' needs in a very similar school population as peers across the state. When we look at our middle schools, they're also sort of on closer to the top edge. So they are, in some cases, at the top of their quartile. Our high schools are sort of more like representative, right, across the board, similar to their peers across the state. The next, the one that I was just speaking to was math. And now we move to reading. So reading, when you see our elementary schools, they are sort of embedded in their peers, aside from a handful that you see sort of off the top that I'll be talking about in just a moment. Middles are trending toward the top of that scatter plot. So in some ways better on the higher end of meeting their students' needs in reading. And then our high schools, again, are sort of equitably distributed with their peers. So this slide is the one that feels like if I were to choose a slide, it's these next two are sort of the highlights of the evening. Because one of the things, if we're a system that believes in continuous improvement, which I believe we are, we need to make sure that we look at the places where we see early indicators of success. We learn what is happening at those sites and or in those classrooms, and we learn from them. So what you see here, the math box, 16 of our elementary schools are in the top quarter of their peer group in terms of meeting their students' needs in math. 3 of those schools are at the very top spot, and that's for serving all of their students, right? So when we look at reading, we have 6 of our elementary schools in the top quarter of their peer group, and 2 are in that top spot. All the way over to the right, 6 of our schools are in the top quartile for both reading and math. So we've got to be looking at what's happening in those schools and celebrating them and then learning from them. We have 6 middle schools. They're all in the top quarter of their peer group. And that feels like a huge celebration for us as a system. 4 of those schools are leading their peer group. Hold on, go back. Sorry. And then when we look at middle schools, 4 of them are in the top quarter for reading, right? So we've got a huge majority of our schools that are in the top quarter of serving the similar students. 1 of our high schools is in the top quarter for math, and 2 in the top quarter for their peer group. And 1 of our high schools is leading in both of those areas. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the slide I just spoke to was the whole student population. And then this slide is a little bit different, which is why there are more schools. This gives our schools the opportunity to be compared to their peers in a specific student group, right? So that might be students receiving special education services. That might be students receiving multilingual services. So 23 of our elementary schools are in the top quarter with it for at least 1 student group, and 4 of those schools led their peer group in at least 1 student group, and then again across the board. So I won't read all of these numbers to you, but these 2 slides feel like a real, an indicator for me as a new leader to the district that there are places that I need to seek to learn from our educators because they're doing some amazing things that we need to make sure we are able to replicate across the system. And then this is when we're looking at districts. So the other slides were schools, and this is our district. So, and then the green is the state. So you can see that our orange dot, we are in the sort of green, that's the quartile that we fall in. And we are above the state in math, and then we are just above the state in reading as well. And I am confident with our new curricula and the support that our teachers are getting, we will continue to move up in reading as well. What I am most excited about is to be able to share this data with you next time, because we will have had a year of supporting the system. I will have had the opportunity to learn more about the amazing things that are happening in our classrooms every day. Thank you. And questions, comments?
Any questions or comments from board members? Director Hochman?
Yeah, thank you. That's definitely want to celebrate those things, the schools that are excelling, that they're doing great things for our students. so appreciate the hard work of those educators and everyone in the system making certain that those things happen. Also want to make certain that we sadly realize that the state of Minnesota is having some declining ranking as far as comparison to the rest of the country, and even some of those international tests. I hope that District 11 can capture these things, Anoka-Hennepin schools, our initiatives forward, especially in reading, and that we turn that trend around. Because it's good to look at this data as a whole school, how our schools are performing and learning from those places that are excelling. But we got to remember this is really about individual kids. And when parents are sending their students on the bus each day, it's to make certain that they're getting those foundational principles and just eager to continue working hard to make certain that every kid has the opportunity to excel.
Director Langenfeld.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. It clearly is a huge effort that you had to put underway, so thank you for that. As we think forward, one of the things that when I'm out visiting our schools, I know that we have students coming into our schools who have not been part of our system. So I think what I really want to know is also as part of the data is how do we do when we have that child here in front of us? Is that child performing very differently if they're a K-12 student in Anoka-Hennepin? And then how do we onboard new students to us so that they can have an accelerated opportunity if they're not at the same level that their peers are when they enter? So it's two different prongs, but I really know that as you, and we didn't talk anything about mobility, and I don't know, and unhoused youth and some of the opportunities, particularly at our secondary schools. We're hearing about that a little more and seeing that and I'm not suggesting we should not support that student, but I want to make sure that the students that are with us, that we have everything that they've been afforded, and then also look to see how are we doing when kids come to us at different points in their careers and embrace them as well and lift them up. So, and I know people have talked about that before, so.
And that's when all of our interventionists step in, Dr. Langenfeld.
Co-Chair Arco, just a quick comment. And we've shared this data with the board in the past, and we'll do it again. You hit on an important point. Consistency matters. The students that are in our system, and we have the data for those who have been with us, the success we have versus how do we, that MTSS system is how do we respond when we students who haven't been with us come in, and based on where they're at, how do we meet them where they're at and get them, accelerating through as fast as we can, and that system really is important to do that, right? But we will follow up. We provide that information to the board each year around a breakdown of those differences.
Director DeShane.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate the forward focus that you shared with this data. I think that was a really helpful framing, at the same time acknowledging the room for improvement that we all see. And I think you can hear a strong commitment from this board on that. Student achievement in academics is so important. Our focus on doing the best we can for students with the budget that we have is a primary goal of this board. And I can see, based on the discussions we've had before, that this board has found that on literacy, and I just really hope that we can find that focus too on the other subject areas that are ahead of us, because it's going to matter, and we're going to continue to want to see strong results on this one indicator. So thank you for sharing that forward focus.
So I have some thoughts as well. So last year, because there's actually a large controversy around the MCA test and its trustworthiness, and there are fair points on both sides of the discussion, I believe. But last year, I went ahead and took the 11th grade math MCA test myself just to get firsthand experience with it. I have done the same thing again this year. And so just to give the quick summary of it, I actually did 55 problems, but I guess it's only 47 problems long. You can go to the MDE website, load the sample problems. you're not gonna get all of them right. I think there's 80 some available. I chose every option, you know, from the complexity 1 through 3, all the different types of questions, and I just took them in order, and I recorded my answer and then checked the results. Of the 47 I did, I got 3 wrong, so I got 44 out of 47, about 93%. And the reason I do this is because I am, well, a mechanical engineer by degree, and so engineers use a lot of math. So if there's one subject I understand well, it's going to be math. And so my assessment of the MCA test, as confusing as the grading scale is the same as it was last year. If you know how to do math at, well, an 11th grade level, you should be able to at least pass the test. Probably do much better, but at least pass the test. Because again, my understanding, and anyone can correct me on this, is you only need somewhere on the order of like half of the questions correct to pass. So I think really you should be doing much better than that. But it is a good test in terms of, again, according to my judgment, in terms of just assessing if students can do math. And so I think there could be better tests, but I wouldn't fault the MCA, at least for where it's currently at. We'll see when they start to change things around I believe it's next year for the math, but at least for now, again, I think it's a good test. So the reason I kind of did this one is because 11th grade math, it's a 34% pass rate last year. So about 2/3 of our students are, for whatever reason, unable to pass the test. Oh, and I should say, when I had asked, I guess it takes them around an hour to finish it. It took me to get through 47 problems, about 65 minutes, which, assuming I'm at least somewhat better at math than a high school student, it should probably take them a little bit longer than an hour. So that says to me either they're not trying very hard or perhaps they don't know some of the questions, so they just skip through them. But we'll never ultimately know because there's no penalty for not trying. But the reason I point this out, the reason I kind of bring this all up is because there's a massive discrepancy in just what our students know as demonstrated by the MCA tests of all those subjects, and then how many students graduate. And so in 11th grade, if we're going to say that only 34% of students can pass the MCA, the math test, and thus no math at grade level would be the conclusion there, but then we're still going to go on to graduate, you know, somewhere north of 90% of them. That discrepancy, it's not, at best, it's not reflective of what our students know, and at worst, it's somewhat dishonest. And it kind of raises and this is just one subject, you could pick any subject, but it raises the broader question of what does a high school diploma mean at the end of the day? I've always assumed it to mean that you know the information that you've been taught. So you know math, you know how to read, you know history, you know all the various things. But if the one verification that we have of that, as imperfect as it may be, begs to differ, but then we go on to graduate, again, north of 90% of our students, again, it just seems like a very dishonest metric to me. So I think for the sake of just being very clear with the public as to where we are on these things, we should do one of two things. We should either firmly stand on the MCA's test and trust it and say this is a good metric, we can trust it, because we've had discussions in the past, some board members like it, some don't, that's totally fine. But if we don't trust the MCA test, then we should find a separate test up to and including making one ourselves that we can stand on, that is transparent, and that we can actually just give to the public after the fact and say, here, your students took this test, there's 100 questions, I'm just making this up, and you know the reason they failed is because they only answered 35 of them correctly out of 100. That's an F by any metric. Or conversely, if they passed, your student answered 80 out of 100 of these correctly. It would be much clearer for the public to understand at least how the grading works. I have, on two separate occasions in the past, I think one of them was a work session, I've at least thrown the idea out there that we do this, and it's kind of been shot down both times. And so the only path that makes absolutely no sense to me is to keep using the MCA as a metric, but then to say that we don't trust it and then go on to graduate 90+% of our students, despite the fact that they've demonstrated that they cannot apparently pass just to pick one, the MCA math test. We need to bring these things into alignment. We need to have a clear metric for the public that we stand on that actually agrees with the graduation rates. And so I'm just throwing that out there. I think this is a very well put together presentation. I love the data. I love looking at it. I'm not faulting anyone in the district. the philosophy of here are the test results, and then we just move on, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And then I think Director Hochman kind of also alluded to this, but I want to bring it up. I also, just as a general philosophy, I don't particularly care about what the rest of the state is doing because the state is kind of like the Titanic. The whole thing is sinking. And it doesn't really matter where on the Titanic you are. If we're at the top of the Titanic and, you know, another district is towards the bottom, well, we're all going down with the Titanic. And if over the years the test scores have been steadily in decline and decline and decline and decline, like at some point, I just want to see the students achieve. Again, kind of what I was saying earlier, not relative to other students, or in this case, not relative to other districts. I just want to know that they can do math, period. I want to know that they can read, period. Not compared to other people, just they can do these things in the way that they're supposed to. So again, I know that currently we use that as a metric. I'm just being honest, I'm not faulting anyone in particular for this. I just find it to be a somewhat dishonest metric because it kind of, it masks everything and, well, we're doing better than the rest of the state, but then the part we're not saying, as Director Hochman alluded to, is, well, the state's not doing that well either. So it really doesn't say anything to what we're doing. So I hope in the future going forward, either we can trust the MCA test and stand on it, or find a better metric that is crystal clear that we can stand on. Those are my thoughts. Any other board members have comments or questions? Director Langenfeld?
As we think forward, as you were speaking, Co-Chair Arco, I was thinking about the opportunity a couple weeks ago when I went out to the STEP program. And I think that some students go into these assessments and they are highly skilled in a technical area. And quite frankly, they can do great math. But they might find this, that exercise not helpful. And that's why the state keeps looking to say, should we be looking at ACTs? Should we be looking at another metric? Because if the student isn't engaging in it, because it's meaningless to them, you know, unless parents find it helpful to their student, or if we're using it as something that we are going to make decisions about that child about. And if it were something in real time, but the results don't come out for months. And so you raise a really important point. What are the metrics, or how do we share that a student actually has gained the knowledge and skills that we need them to achieve before they walk out with a graduation certificate? Because we do want that child prepared for the future. We want them to have options to a future, whether it be a 2-year or a 4-year college, a career, the military, or directly into the workforce. All of those things matter. So how are we preparing our kiddos for that? And I think it's a really good point. And the MCAs for many students does not, you know, certainly address what they know and can do. So more discussion later, but I certainly think it's an important thing that we as a board should continue to have conversation about.
Just to follow up on that, to your point, you know, and I'll always admit this, there is no such thing as a perfect test, but tests generally are still the best way to measure something like this, is what colleges do. I believe you and I, Director Langenfeld, there's a retired teacher who gave us a packet kind of speaking to something unrelated to this, but in that packet, there was MCA test results from, I want to say it was like 2 decades ago or something, and they were in the 80%. And so for whatever reason, we used to be able to do this. And I'm not going to even take a guess as to why we can't now. I'm not assigning blame to anybody. I just know it certainly is possible to get achievement up to 80, 90%, and we're just not currently doing it, again, for whatever reason. So, any other thoughts or comments from board members? Otherwise, thank you guys so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next agenda item is item 9A, the Phase 3 budget reductions and reallocations process. Welcome again, Superintendent McIntyre and Michelle Vargas, Chief Financial Officer. Oh, did you? Sorry.
I don't know how long this presentation will go. If it's over an hour, could we take a break at some point in time if we're going to go?
For
Just
sure.
maybe not this moment, I don't need it.
If you want to take a break, just let me know and we can pause for 5 minutes.
Well, I don't know if anybody needs it, so.
We schedule 45 minutes. It just depends on how many questions board members have. So this would
Okay.
be as good a time as any, or we can plow ahead.
Well, we have it, and then, okay, this could be longer than 45 minutes, but
Never know. We'll see.
Yeah, let's just take a 5-minute break. It's
Okay.
totally fine.
that'd be great, thanks.
Okay, we'll be back at 8:58.
They have like a bunch of first reads on policy, don't they? With Tim and stuff, peace officers. My plan.
All right, well, superintendent will return shortly, but we're at the end of our 5-minute break, so if you guys would like, feel free with the finance. Or we'll wait for superintendent? Okay. All right, superintendent's back. We will begin the meeting again, and I'll hand it over to Superintendent McIntyre.
All right, well, thank you, board members. Tonight, we're updating the board on our Phase 3 budget reduction and reallocation process. So I do want to just take a moment to say thank you for your work through all 3 phases. These are tough decisions, and some of these are maybe the most difficult yet. But I know that you all share the common goal of doing our best to support our programs and do that in a balanced budget. So over the past 2 phases, I'll go through some updates here, or just, I always assume there's someone who hasn't seen this before, so I'm going to quickly go through some background information before getting to Phase 3. So if we go on to the next slide, I'll try to move us on here. Thank you. So tonight we'll review Phase 1 and 2 reductions. We will get an overview of the Phase 3 target again from our team, and then we'll get into that Phase 3 options that we've been working on over the last few months. Quickly, as this has been covered in previous meetings and our community meetings we recently had, why we're here. So this has really been true through all 3 phases. With our limited, and I will say, board members, having stable growth enrollment right now is actually a positive thing. As you saw, we projected even lower than we've had, so we really, that's a success story right now, as larger districts in the state have seen greater student enrollment loss. Along with the COVID relief funds going away, larger than budgeted contract settlements, increased costs for operations, and no new money projected from the state, with other requirements that do require resources that haven't been fully funded, has put us in this spot. On the next slide here, you can see that we look at a wide range of kind of parameters and influences to our budget, everything from our district priorities that have been talked about tonight to enrollment, our programs and services that we offer, looking at restricted and unrestricted funding areas and how dollars can use. We always consider our fund balance. We've talked a lot about that, as well as looking at our actual school level class sizes and schedules within our system. So as we moved on through Phase 1, we did this early in the spring of 2024 to try to get out of what we anticipated needing to be done later in the year. We did a $5.1 million reduction that impacted about 50 positions, either through reductions or reallocations. And those were communicated throughout the system through our communication channels. Phase 2 then, we started over the summer 2 years ago, and we made another $9 million of reductions at the central office, central services, really across all departments that were really, there was an impact in literally every department in the system, resulting in approximately 176 positions being reduced or reallocated in the system, and those went into effect this past July 1st. So, and the impact of those reductions really have been felt now as the school year started in September for about 7 to 8 weeks. So we'll just do a quick highlight of our overview, budget overview. We've had Michelle Vargas here many times, and we'll do just a quick review of those basic foundational things of our budget.
Thank you, Superintendent McIntyre, members of the board. As we've reviewed this slide before, our total budget is a $780 million budget. The reduction in deficit that we're looking at is in our general fund, which is a $700 million budget. Our other funds are not available to backfill this deficit. It's not allowed by law. If some of them do go into deficit, actually we're required to offset them with the general fund. On the next slide, it shows the breakdown of the budget. As we went through the process of implementing this budget and tried to break it down into other different chunks than we have maybe in the past, just salaries and benefits. We have a large portion of our budget that is restricted, which is by statute and how you can use that, the $126 million. We have federal grants that are highly restricted, $6.3 million. There's some miscellaneous grants and fundraisers. That's also things that when the funds come in, there's a specific purpose for it, $2.5 million. We have an assigned amount that's spending the one-time funds of $9.4 million. Then we have a very large area of special education. Although it's not a restricted funding source, it is restricted for the point of you must maintain effort in that. So it still makes it somewhat restricted from that standpoint, that the amount that you spend per student that has special needs, you're still spending the same amount. Then you get into our unassigned area. And we broke it down with our PK-12 program, so that's the programs that are running throughout our buildings. Then there's our operations, that $83 million is our transportation and then our facilities operations and buildings and grounds. So that's just all the mechanical and then also all of your heating, electric, and that type of stuff and custodial. Our unassigned central services is when we've talked about where the majority of the budget reductions up to this point have come from is those central services that are done in, whether it's district support services, which would be like my area, finance, payroll, accounting, HR, or curriculum, our centralized curriculum, centralized technology. Those are the unassigned central services. The unassigned other, $36 million, those are different areas of the budget where it isn't a specific spot. And some of it, $10 million of it is the cross-subsidy entry. It's not something you can spend or reduce. It's a required entry. There's a pension entry in there. And those are in that larger document that show those items. So they're not that they're items that just are freed up. They have specific items too. So as we get to the next page, as we've been finishing and closing up fiscal year 25 and then projecting into 26, and then 27. So as we put through the entire 26 budget and finished 25, we experienced lower costs on some of our contracts, our staffing that we noticed, and then we are also seeing increased offset of our insurance premiums with getting a higher reimbursement from the OPEB trust for our retirees. And then also seeing less of our staff taking family insurance or taking insurance altogether, which reduces our premiums that are then transferred into the internal service fund. So the result of that was our original projected deficit for fiscal year 26, and then 27 rolling into it was over $15.5 million. We've now adjusted that target, and the target that we've been working on is that $8 million target. I'll turn it back to Corey.
So just a couple points I want to stress, board members. Thank you, Ms. Vargas. So the Phase 1 and Phase 2 summary document is an appendix in your materials. We've included that the last few meetings. And that appendix that was referenced was about 75 slides of a funding source breakdown by staffing and non-staffing areas throughout all the different categories identified. And that also has been provided a number of times here throughout our process. And then a note that I missed earlier is just as we think about our budget, 80% of our overall budget staff is people. And those non-staffing areas, roughly make out about 20%. And I just want to make a point too, tonight is our continued discussion after, a few weeks of gathering more input and information and developing some additional options. No decisions being asked of you tonight. That is still scheduled for our meeting on December 8th. All right, so we'll keep moving through, and that timeline kind of laid out that process. And I'll just highlight again, we just, over the last few weeks, went through the community meetings process that really happened from end of September through right before MEA break in October. All right, thank you. So we can move on to the next. So this is our September 8th discussion. Just by quick review, was some initial considerations for the board to wrestle with and have discussion about. Because we knew we had COVID relief funds of about $8.6 million that we knew when we received them would go away and sunset at some point, and those have. Where those positions in our system that we use for funding, what are those? And this was a breakdown of those positions on the left. On the right-hand side of this slide is some additional options or considerations for the board as a starting point for discussion, either items discussed in the past or additional areas that the board would look at for potential options for reduction. So everything from the middle school schedule that we've talked about before to elementary, middle, and high school staffing reductions, and a potential coaching restructure for instructional coaches, as well as some of the supports in our system for students. So those were some options on the right, and those are paired up with what was out of that initial $8.6 million of COVID relief funds. So we knew that those would be a starting point, and if we go on to the next slide, we began to talk about options then at the September 22nd regular meeting. There was strong feedback from the board from that work session on September 8th, with the key themes being, let's minimize the impact on literacy, let's minimize the impact on class size or staffing ratios, let's minimize the impact on student behavior and academic intervention, provide schools with flexibility where we can, and we came back on September 22nd with some revisions, with some options for the board to think about. Now, during that time, we also spent, as you heard earlier tonight, a number of meetings with our building and school leaders. And I'll get to that in a moment. But what you see on this first option slide is if you, and I think, can you go back one slide for me, please? Okay, we're going to start here. So that COVID relief fund item, what we did on this option was we backed out at, kind of the board's interest, any positions that were funded this way that touched literacy at the elementary level. So that initial $8.6 million was backed down then to $4.6, with the remaining positions still tied back to that initial COVID funding source. Then we also discussed in this option a potential restructuring of our K-12 intervention and coaching model, and redistribution or reallocation of what would be remaining after some reductions in that area. Again, we didn't have all the detail then, so as we move through the process, we're providing more and more specifics. We also looked at $1 million in reductions in administrative support at the site level, and then also some reductions at the central office, mainly in the areas of professional development and supplies and materials, to get us to that $8 million, that target that we had. As a result of that, and if you look at kind of on a second option here, so if you go on to option 2, as we worked through with our K-12 principals, and we brought the board forward a second option at that point for discussion. Again, no decision, just discussion. In that option, a change or restructuring in our instructional technology support model for $250,000, looking again at how to re-administer our engagement coaches, so reductions there, K-12, a high school staffing adjustment based on student choice and course selections, and especially courses that may cause students to be off campus for different opportunities. Then still some, there's still some positions in there that were those initial ESSERs or COVID relief fund positions, so those district-wide supports in the areas of administrative interns, social workers, and counselors. So as we moved through that, if you go to the next slide, then there's a little bit more here. So that second option then also included a bigger, an additional $300,000, so $700,000 of realignment of central office services and staffing, which we were working through at that point on September 22nd. And so that $700,000 on top of the original $14.1 million that was already made centrally. Some adjustments based on student caseload and eligibility categories and student needs, child count shifts we can make in special education, along with that $300,000 in professional development and supplies and materials. We also did talk then at that evening, the middle school schedule. So that 7 to 6 period day with the intent of, that's a way to maintain class size, increase instructional minutes in core academic areas, reduce transitions, align the instructional time of teachers to the the elementary and high school levels, and, continue to evaluate the range of student choice in electives. But that was a $3.8 million budget cut. It has been, we went back and looked at this again. This has been discussed all the way back to at least 2009. This option has surfaced in different forms throughout nearly 15, 16 years now when we looked at the schedule piece. Now, these were the options that we got to based on working with our elementary, middle school, and high school principals. These were the ones as we worked through nearly 12 hours of meetings with them and got their input and really steered towards these particular items. So this is the option we recommended at that meeting. That is still the option, I would say, is the recommendation that the administrators that we worked through at the elementary, middle, and high school level, along with our team. There was still at the board meeting on the 22nd, a desire of the board to look at a different option. There wasn't, I think, in the end, support at that point in time for the middle school schedule. So we have moved, that's why we're now moving into option 3. But I can tell you that that second option would be what you heard earlier tonight. And if you had heard middle school and high school principals speak to, that was the one in partnership we developed with them. That would be the one that had the most support. So as I move into option 3, before we get into those details, we had the time and the opportunity to do our community feedback sessions. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on the data that we have so far on that. We do plan on a kind of a second scoop starting tomorrow until November 17th for any additional feedback that the community wants to provide to us. So in this data, we had our 5 open house meetings at our middle schools, and those attendance areas are 5 key attendance areas, and you can see a breakdown here of the feedback and where it came from by those 5 areas and outside the district. You can see the breakdown there. So in total, we had 60 residents attend those 5 meetings, and about 160 comments were provided for board review in this particular sampling. So some of the common themes here, as you've reviewed this, concerns about staffing and service delivery for students. Like anyone would, they're wanting more detail on what the specific cuts might look like, and we knew that would be coming forward at this point in time, and even more detail coming at the December meeting as we work through the process. Also, we heard concerns around making sure we're keeping safety and security at the forefront here, and then also concerns about fewer elective options and those concerns about advanced programming, so supporting our high-performing students around, and then also concerns about academic interventions and those safety nets for students who might be struggling. I did also send board members copies of the individual comments. We took names.
Director had that as a question.
Yeah, we took identifying information off of that, and you received that the other day.
Yeah, my comment was just about that. That is not readable. Is there a way to format that in another way?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried to print it. It's just like.
Yeah, if you
and
print it, it's
not
hard
just
to
me being
read.
old, because
Yeah.
I couldn't do it in any way. So it'd be great.
Yeah, we probably can, but it'll make the document longer. You almost have to zoom it in electronically, otherwise.
Yeah.
I printed it too, and it is small. It's very small.
Yeah. It would be
So
great if
happy
we
to
could
do that. Happy to do that. So as we stepped into phase 3, based on this feedback and where we were, at with phase 1 and 2, the focus continues to be on those board interests of focusing on literacy, maintaining staffing ratios, and minimizing impact on class size, minimizing impact on student behavior and safety, where we can, giving flexibility to the site levels. And then there was interest by the board, what would a restructured or reorganized and reallocated coaching, instructional coaching model look like? So tonight we're going to step into those areas. So we're going to first just kind of tackle those questions about instructional coaching and intervention models, and I'll have our team give you some details about where they landed after lots of conversation. So I think Annette and Ginger are going to review that for us.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent McIntyre. Some of the things that we said, and we walked away with this slide, I think, at the last presentation too, was that we wanted to continue to have conversations with our principals. So looking at that in the future would be a big priority for us, but we want to also ensuring that we're focusing on our vision, mission, and core values, that we would always continue to look and review our strategic priorities together with safe and welcoming environments, increased student achievement, and effective organizational support. So looking at that, we heard what we were getting for feedback as well with prioritizing literacy support, restructuring a K-12 instructional coaching model and intervention model that would also address the reductions at the secondary level due to cuts from strategic investments of 27.4 FTE. Those were pieces that were brought forward that some of the board members had mentioned about, like the Blaine reroute room, the Coon Rapids Middle School SOAR program, things that were funded out of those strategic investments. Also, to continue to have conversations and define roles of instructional coaching and intervention, and explore flexible staffing for our building principals to meet their student needs and to review and refine supports so that we're meeting the needs of the students at every level, elementary, middle, and high school, as they progress through our system.
Director DeShane?
Thank you. Is this an okay time for a question on that, or do you want to go to the next slide before we ask questions about this model?
We have a little bit more detail if you want to see it a little bit more, and then go there, but we could do it either way. Yep.
Good evening, Co-Chair Arco and Co-Chair DeShane and members of the board and Superintendent McIntyre. Before I go further into this slide, I just want to say thank you for your time and care and thought as you are going through this difficult process as well. These decisions are painful, and we want to acknowledge the weight of that responsibility. The information that you see here on the slide, the K-12 instructional coaching and intervention model, I just want to say that these individuals, a number of these individuals, do not have the traditional classroom, but they work directly with students and teachers. These educators and professionals lead small group instruction, provide targeted support, collaborate with classroom teachers, and coordinate assessments so that we can respond quickly for our students. Their work may be less visible, but very essential in serving our students and supporting and strengthening instruction across the system. As we review our model, we are going to continue to align with our core goals for learning, teaching, and safety, allowing each school to use the funds where they're needed most, keep the on-the-job support for teachers, meaning retain expert instructional partners, advisors, mentors who work side by side with teachers to support and strengthen instruction. Also take into account and reflect the reductions already made through, for secondary, through strategic investments and the ESSER funds. Also trying to keep in mind and build sustainable support ratios, meaning ensure literacy, classroom support, and student support are staffed at sustainable levels so that they remain focused and effective. Targeted intervention support, that direct instruction for students who need it most. We recognize the K-12 instructional coaching and intervention model will face reductions, and we're planning with that reality in mind. At the same time, we are working continuously to try and support the ability to instruct, intervene, and restore academic gains. And thank you for your consideration as we move forward.
Thank you very much. So a couple of questions on this model. So it looks like we're saying there are 64.4 reductions being considered in the model. How many total is that out of? For the current strategic investments and ESSER-funded coaches/interventionists?
I know we have the total.
Yes. And then the secondary question will go with this. I believe when we talked about the change in the ESSER reduction from the full 8 million down to account for the literacy intervention staff that was previously funded through ESSER, are they now considered a part of this new model as intervention staff, or are they still a separate bucket of intervention, literacy intervention staff?
They are considered separate bucket from the intervention staff.
Okay.
And I can jump in here for a moment. Later in the slides, you'll see,
have it,
when we get to the K-12 instructional coaching model, that reduction of about 20 FTE is out of an allocation of 87.8 FTE as it's represented in the slide in option 3. So it's taking the elementary engagement coaches and the remaining FTE in the instructional coaching intervention model, kind of combining those, and then we'd be reallocating what's left over. So this is what you'll see later is a 20 FTE reduction.
In addition to these items that are listed here?
This is a breakdown of how we're, I wouldn't want to speak for you guys. You guys can go ahead and speak to the slide.
Are you talking about the strategic investments in the ESSER at the secondary level?
Yes.
That was just showing the buckets of what those were total, because the strategic investments were cut right from the start, which takes away a lot of the supports that, coaching as well as intervention at the secondary level. It takes away the district high school math and literacy coaches, also the middle school instructional coaches who focus on literacy, and also interventionists that do the work. So the similar terms would be that LIT, that would be the intervention people, MIT, that would be the math intervention teachers at the elementary, so that's the same as like an intervention, and I apologize for all the acronyms. We know it's confusing too, and we want to clean that up, and that will come with time. Also then the coaching, that's the different folks that are doing the LS at the elementary level and the MS. And so when we look at this, there was a deeper cut in those areas from the strategic investments from the very beginning. So when we look at what we're going to look at doing is when we do the reduction of these positions, looking at how we can meet the needs of students K-12 by where can these cuts take place, where can the allocations be redistributed to meet the students' needs throughout the system.
So just the final bit of that, I just want to make sure, because I heard 87 total people that are currently doing this work. 20 are proposed to be cut out of elementary in option 3, and we're already cutting strategic investments. That was already a part of a previous board decision. So that's the 27.4 that we see reflected here. So that's not a new cut, but that's a cut that was previously decided upon. And then the ESSER 37, is that a new cut that we're talking about as a part of option 3, or was that a part of a separate cut?
That is just a pot of the ESSER money that's put into play for the secondary pieces, and that some of those allocations were going to be cut with the original proposal, I believe, in option 1, if I go back.
So it's 80-some cuts out of 80 existing.
And I think you put,
It-
just to clarify before you move into a new question, to clarify, the board determined that decision last November to sunset this a year early, which is after this school year.
The 27.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So the new proposal, though, it sounds like when I'm adding together all these numbers, it sounds less like a restructuring than a full cut, just based on the positions and the numbers. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what we're saying when we're talking about a restructure.
Yeah, within the restructure, I think the focus would be of course, there's going to need to be cuts. So we're going to try to minimize, not completely eliminate the pieces that are needed for intervention and coaching across the system.
So I'm as I was looking at and thinking about secondary level cuts and strategic investments in ESSER, much of that was the flexibility in secondary. And then I look at high school staffing reallocation of 23 FTE, and much of that FTE, as most of us know, were used for support and intervention, class size reductions. So what is left? I mean, in all seriousness, and how, as I looked at this, my wonderment kept going back to you've got the middle school piece, and I'm not seeing a lot of reduction there, and I want to talk more about that. It would be really helpful, I think, to really look at that whole picture of what do we have in high school, and what's in middle, and what's in elementary. Because quite frankly, there are things in there that really, how many FTEs do we need to cut overall? And I think that's been pretty established at $80,000 an FTE. We're talking, 100, right? So that's overall what that cut needs to look like. So then it goes back to where does it hit? And then you talk about looking at it in terms of, is it a distribution model, or is it a needs and program-driven model like you would for ML? We're seeing cut ML. What does that really mean when we have ML students who come in who are new to the country versus the child who's been here 6 years, if you look at the WIDA standards and so forth? So those are the kinds of things that really need to be fleshed out in my head, because when I look, I don't see much for high school. I mean, in fact, like to Director Co-Chair DeShane's comment, the numbers, I kept putting numbers and sat with a calculator for a very long time. So and that would be helpful to have that, so.
And we do have that, and we can easily follow up with you on that. So when you look across strategic investments, when you carefully consider compensatory ed, ESSERs, and honestly, even our literacy aid, up till this point, 64 FTE are identified at the secondary level, okay? For reductions, and in this next phase, it looks like up till now, before phase 3 or option 3, it's closer to 10 FTE at the elementary, because the way the phase 1 and 2 have played out, and we have this, we can provide to you with the kind of detail you're looking for. And it might make sense as I walk through option 3 detail, some of those gaps might fill in for you, because we kind of jumped right into some details there. So our team's going to help with any questions you have, but I did want to kind of point out kind of big picture. The challenge here was in option 2, if we don't do the middle school schedule change, we got to find 3.8 million of it different cuts somewhere else. So option 3 is really intended to do that. We still got to get to that $8 million target. So I'll walk through at least option 3 pieces, so you at least have some understanding of how we get there.
I think Director Ed had a question.
Sorry, I missed that.
I do, but continue and I'll come back.
Okay, all right, thank you. So if we go, thank you. So this is just option 3, and again, I'll come back to you, option 2 is the one that we had the greatest support for with our building leaders. As you heard earlier tonight, less support for that clearly for option 3, but this is an attempt to get at, if we don't do the schedule, middle school schedule change, then how do we get there? So to start at the top here, there's some items that were previously in option 2, and this is one of them. The elementary technology support model being restructured, the high school staffing around student choice is a continuation. One of the new pieces here to help us get to that gap of 3.8 and our ultimate goal of 8 million is a reduction in our K-12 administrative interns, which is 630,000. So there's 3.9 of those FTE elementary and 2.5 at the high school level. The special education item is the same from option 2, as is the reduction in professional development and supplies and materials. And then this is an adjusted item here on the bottom of this page. These original ESSERS positions now down to, we started with 8.6 in discussion. This now still includes 1.8 million of those original staff positions. So this would mean a reduction of 12, roughly 12 out of 78 of those original, and 7 out of 56. So these are social worker and counselor positions, so you're talking about 20 out of 134. So it's about a 15% reduction in those roles of these jobs that were added through COVID relief funds at that time. If we go out to the second page of this, option 3, or second slide, then we have a multilingual staffing reduction of 13 FTE out of 81 and a half FTE total. So this really, this reduces the amount of time not spent in direct instruction or service delivery, as we're trying to protect the amount of teaching time that occurs. So that would change, schedules and other non-teaching time responsibilities. The K-12 instructional coaching model is what we were talking about earlier. So this is a reduction of 20 out of the 87.8, 20 at the elementary level, right? And it integrates in then that elementary engagement coach model. So this is a $1.6 million item. And then lastly, at the central office level, this $700,000. So we didn't have this detail for you previously because we were still working on it. What this would do is we would sunset, the proposal would be to sunset the lease agreement at the Coon Rapids Family Mall. And now that we have space from the phase 1 and phase 2 reductions in the ESC, we can move that enrollment center service to the ESC and net approximately $350,000 in maintenance, custodial costs, and mechanical systems and repairs. So we didn't have that capacity before, and I would tell you too, and we've reviewed this option for many years, and many groups have looked at it. What has changed now is the advent of online enrollment. So it does helps most districts out with that process. When it was mainly paper, it was much more challenging and we needed much more space for it. So this allows us, and our lease is coming due, so now would be a good time to make that shift and realize those savings. And then finally, with with bringing on a new data dashboard and just the way things have evolved over time with how we do research, evaluation, and testing, this was an area in our department we did make some reductions in, but not in personnel in phase 2. So now that we're in phase 3, it's one of those areas where we feel like we can make some reductions in and make that shift to our online data dashboard. So those two things combined get you to the 700,000, and when you add up these areas on the last, the slide previously and this slide, it's a way to bridge the gap of that 3.8 million that would have been middle school schedule, and still gets us to the $8 million target that we're aiming for. Maybe I'll just wrap this things up and then we'll get to all your questions. So the last slide here is just getting at kind of in a summary sense. We step back and look at phase 1, 2, and 3, 22.1 million is what it totals. 14.7 of that, or about 2/3 of it, are done at the central office, coming really out of the area that has about, I think you saw earlier, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4% of the budget. It is option 3 attempted to meet those 5 items. How do we minimize staffing ratio at the core classroom level, core academic areas, and minimize impact on class size, focus on literacy in those core academics. Without this schedule, maintains our current schedules and options and choice at the middle school level. It does avoid increases in transportation or bigger transportation cuts, and we didn't go down that road because of just safety reasons around our district and the hazards that are out there in transportation arenas. And then being just responsive to the feedback that we've gotten so far. And when I say board direction, just those interests the board has shared throughout the last few months. So we made an effort to try to stay centered as best we can on those, knowing that, as it was said earlier, these are painful. All the options being brought forward are not easy. They all have an impact. We've already felt in the first nearly 8 weeks of school the impact of phase 1 and 2, when it really affects the quality of response that we've been able to provide our sites at the central level. We've already identified that and know that that's real as we started this school year. So I'll pause there. I know there's some other questions, but that's kind of again, for tonight's discussion. We will follow up with additional, we already got a couple, follow up with some additional information that the board wants in response to your questions. So Coach Archer, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I want to go back to the restructure that coaching model. I don't think I'm following, or I'm close, but maybe I'm following. But when we go back to option one, what we talked about when we looked at ESSER position cuts, and that was without literacy intervention and academic support. We go back to the beginning. We looked at the ESSER cuts on your first slide, and I think the board said we want to protect the literacy intervention, that intervention stuff in elementary schools. So then the first option one sort of had that at $4.6 million, so you could take all the ESSER positions minus those, and that's what that would be. But now we're talking about, in this K-12 model, 20 FTE for elementary schools. If I'm gathering it right, that is going to include some of the literacy stuff that we said we didn't want to cut, right? I want to make sure I'm understanding that, first of all.
No,
Yes or no?
the literacy intervention teachers, that maintains
Yeah.
the 32 that you had asked about for maintaining that, and that's on that first part of the slide there where it says 64 employees for 32 FTE. What has happened is that there is more coaching, so LSMS, in a different bucket of staff that is closer to, I want to say, like 54 or 55
Yeah.
coaches. So we're saying we would need to reduce 20. And
So they're gonna
look at a coaching model and literacy intervention model that would meet the
Okay.
needs of students and staff, while also considering other things at other levels.
Okay, so the 20 is coming out of these MS or LS? And, all right. So now my assumption has to be that the reason our principals are talking that they don't like this is because they think that's pretty critical. Is that correct?
Director Audette, that would be correct.
Okay. So I guess for me, this one's not feeling good right now. It can't possibly be. Hopefully it's not feeling good to anybody sitting here right now, because it isn't feeling good to me. So I need to go to school on that one, and I'm going to invite any of the principals who would like to take me there to help me understand this one, because I can't support that one right now, just based on the feedback we got tonight. So, and I don't sit in a position of understanding those roles right, but when they describe it as cutting it to the bone, this is critical stuff. What I understand to me is they can't deliver on that intervention without maintaining that, and I definitely want to be able to deliver on that intervention.
Yeah, I think you'd hear from our elementary principals, they'd rather see class size increase than lose those positions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But this board up to this point said, don't mess with class size.
Well,
right?
that's correct. So I'm not sure it's either or. I'm not viewing it that way personally. So, but on that one particular, okay, I will learn from them. I know someone will help me. And then just more broadly, I don't understand why we're packaging these things so much. So like, I see the things you've presented, they're sort of like a menu option, and I don't get why something was 4.6, now it's 1.8. We're packaging them up differently, whereas how I see these all is they're all options that could be selected to develop a list of $8 million. And the bucketing them, the bucketizing them into option 1, option 2, option 3, to me is preventing us from kind of getting there, in my opinion. So I don't know if that's true or not, and I know that they're not all the same buckets. Some of them kind of are the same. They're standalone, right? You central service restructuring, that's a standalone, 700,000 could be put anywhere. Some of them aren't because they're getting at slightly different things, but is there a reason I can't think about it that way, even though you're not packaging it that way, number one? And number two, why are we packaging them this way? To me, that's putting restriction on, like, why can't I swap something out? Take this from over here and put it over here. We might be able to be there.
You sure could do that, and I would
Okay.
encourage the board members to look at it that way. That's
Okay.
how we started, when
Yeah.
we used the word consideration.
Okay, so it could be done that way.
Yep,
There's
and
not
then
a real-
some asked for, what are your recommendations?
Yeah, I
right?
got you.
So what ones fit better together than others, right?
Yeah.
But you are completely right. You could think of option 1, 2, and 3 as really a big set of choices.
Okay. And my last question is just, I think it's going to get back to the principals coming in here tonight, which is, until tonight, I didn't really have concerns that when we said that our recommendations were coming forward based upon agreement with them, that, like, I took that for granted, that was the case, and I'm not feeling as good about that anymore.
Yeah, so just to speak to that, so the one that we have the most support across our systems, option 2.
Yeah, I got that.
With the schedule, right?
But
So
no one's
anything
interested
other
in
than that,
yeah.
then it gets into some really hard areas, right?
Okay.
And that's what they don't feel good about, because
Yeah.
it gets into some things they feel are pretty critical, and those are the things, that are kind of that you're seeing now for the first time.
Yeah. I think my last point I'm going to go back to is the one that I think at this point we still have the least transparency about, which is the non-classroom, it's the administrative stuff that, where we still are is, and because we haven't moved on this one bit, is that we just are told we have to accept at this point there's nothing more that can be cut out of the district administration on whatever we want to call central service, everything that isn't right here. And that's pretty hard because, like, we have gotten to the point here where we've gotten some of this to pretty good detail. We're still asking questions about some of it, but some of it's pretty understandable. When we get into that space, it's just like, we cut a lot, and that is clear. And we cut a lot out of an area that had, as a percent, I think you just said 4% of the total. But there's still a lot of dollars there. So it's like not having this sort of detail for those types of choices forces us to just say, okay, we will accept that that's the case. Now, when we look at what was done through the schools, those leaders were forced to put forward ideas, and here they are. And the same was not true for administration, and I just think the board has to be the one to do that. No one else can do that to the administration, which is why I have asked for what everybody knows I've asked for in terms of that transparency. We still don't have it. So the problem is we just arrive here again choosing between options, and we don't really have the whole picture. We can't make similar choices of perhaps undesirable options being cut out of administration because we don't have it. And I'm still very frustrated with that.
I guess I'd just say in response, and I appreciate you sharing that, we've continued to offer to have more conversations with any of you around questions, and I know one of the questions that came at the last board meeting a month ago was, what about this unassigned other expenditures area that has $36 million? The only area you can play with there is about $500,000 if you want to get rid of sabbaticals for teachers. All the others are placeholders. We talked, tuition payments, cross-subsidy, severance and retirement, long-term subs, non-teacher subs. All those areas are just accounting areas. We have to track funds. Those aren't, unless we want to not do severance or not do long-term subs or any of those other areas. So even though it looks like a lot of money, that's a way we account for and track those areas that are negotiated in contracts. As far as further cuts centrally, the board can direct us to do that. I will tell you right now, we are losing people to other districts because of workload. We are providing our ability to fully support our sites. They have told us it's not the same. It takes longer. We have fewer people and they're overworked and they're overloaded. My staff keep coming to me saying, this is too much. And we're 7 weeks in. So I can't make a recommendation to the board to say, cut more in those areas. Because without it, then we will have problems. We will have quality assurance issues. So I know not all of you agree with me on that. And you're in the end going to direct me to do what you're going to want us to focus on. But we have people overwhelmed. We are going to have trouble keeping people to stay, and we've already lost some. And we're going to have a hard time filling those roles when there's no, these are very specialized areas in a lot of ways. So we have, and I'm looking at my team, we have fine-tooth combed everything, and we would come forward with more. You know, the 700,000 that we found was a stretch. And you can find those things on the, when you dig into those unassigned areas at central departments, we still got to be able to operate these departments and provide some, because what's happening is it's falling back on the school buildings to take care of some of those areas, which we don't want them doing. We want them focused on instruction, student behavior, the things that they have influence on. But I like where you started. This is a range of menu options. My hope was coming out of tonight with what ones rise to the top, knowing that these are some different ways to get to that target, and we got more time to get to December 8th for final, where we can get a majority of the board to support, or if some new things come out of the discussion, then we'll bring those forward too.
Director Langenfeld, but would you actually mind if I made one quick comment, and then hopefully you can actually add to it? So kind of on the heels of what Director Audette said, I almost want to reframe the conversation a little bit, since there's 3 options, but there's different things in the different options. To me, and this is where I'm hoping, say otherwise if you disagree, the 2 almost no-brainers in, I believe it's option 3, which I think could be done anywhere, are it was that building agreement with the Coon Rapids Mall. I think it says in the reduction is 700,000, but then in the details it says 350. So I don't really know which it is, but let's.
Half is RET and half is the mall.
Okay, so $700,000 savings. Couple that with the reallocation of staffing based on student choice of course selection. That's essentially just acknowledging because of PSEO, we can actually, I suppose, cut 23 teachers and class size will remain the same. Essentially no change. So if you take those together, that's $2.5 million right there, with effectively, at least for the metrics that we're going with, no impact to really anything. So we could almost just, if you're willing, again, contradict me if you disagree, say we don't actually have to cut 8 million, we're actually only aiming to cut 5.5 million. So either way. Director Langenfeld?
Couple of things. First and foremost, when I look at the central services, there's 350,000 out of RET, and I would like to see what the plan is. We saw a report today from multiple sources, and we talked about getting more data versus less data. And I'm not suggesting it can't be done. I don't understand what that is. I think the last time we did some cuts, we found ourselves in a place where we didn't have enough detail, and then only to learn later it's in the detail. I think it's so vitally important. Just heard the superintendent talk about the fact that people are stretched so thin. I think I'd really like to know how that looks, because data are really vitally important to drive instruction. And just a little more detail on that would be helpful before I could get behind that. The other thing, my wonderment as we look at, and I would offer Director Arco, Co-Chair Arco, that 1.84 million is actually tied to other things, and I see it as part of cuts in high school. So what is that really going to look like? I know that FTE can be used to lower class size, which it has been from my understanding, and unfortunately it isn't just a place where nothing has been used strategically to do that. It's the flexibility principles have used. I'm curious if the reroute room and part of that and I haven't talked to Principal Paskey about that, but just wonderment about that. So more detail there before I could get there. But the other wonderment is, as I look at elementary multilingual staffing, why aren't we doing that K-12, and why wouldn't that be based on student need versus a distribution? I mean, those are things that jumped out at me when I was looking at it in preparation for the meeting tonight. And I know I had a little conversation even before coming in here, because that jumped out pretty big. And it really varies from, year to year, who's coming in and how much time they need and so forth. So that would be another thing too, is that as we're looking at these models, and it goes back to my original point, and I'd like to see what it looks like at each level, and I'm still not understanding where middle school will end up in this model. It doesn't appear there's a lot of impact, and yet we've looked at that middle school schedule, and I'm a middle school principal, and I want as many choices for our kids as possible. But I also have to, if we're cutting every support system we have and really spend, I just don't know that is as responsible. And maybe I don't want to get ahead of it and say, I understand all of this and this is what's happening. But I think it's just really important that we really look at priorities and needs-based first before just a general distribution model. And right now, when I see as much coming out of high schools, I have some real concerns there. And I also have real concerns about elementary, so I'm trying to figure out what's actually going to be left on the table for each of them if we go down some of these roads.
Thanks. I had a follow-up related to the $1.84 million for the high school staffing that she was referring to. As I recall, when we talked about that, maybe 2 meetings ago, it was a conservative estimate, and I think you mentioned it, Ms. Vargas. It didn't have like this 1.8 was. So I think it was like community college related. Mm-hmm. So could we calculate? I understand that to mean then, okay, there's other kids in a PSEO enrollment, not in community college. There's probably more. Could we? Is it calculatable?
I believe so.
Okay.
We can check.
Okay,
I
that
know
would be
they were
great
trying
to get.
Yep.
I'm curious.
Nick Herman, who was here
What
earlier.
is the total? Look, we might, at this point, we may as well know with as much precision as we can what that is, or could be.
Just a couple of clarifying pieces. I don't know if, Dr. Ziegler, you wanted to answer that part. I know the high schools have been working on this. So is there anything you want to add right now? Or?
Yeah, we are. We pulled some data from ACS, and we've asked the principals to go deep into looking at why we have the students going to PSEO and online. What opportunities can we have here? Do we have to start to consider the programming that we have at our schools right now to entice our students to be able to stay here, or give them the options of how you could stay in school, because we want to make sure that we're not losing students that could, do the opportunities within our system. So they are taking each of those lists and looking at last year's students, where they went, what they did, if they earn credit and pass the course, and detail to that effect, and coming back and having conversations about that.
Sorry, so that seems bigger than just the not accounting for them when they're not counting it, keeping them counted in the numbers when they're not present, but that maybe speaks to.
We want to get to more of the story of what is really happening behind the numbers. Maybe looking at, do we need to look at how we're doing things? I think some of the things that I know from being a parent myself in the system is that once you commit to going into a track, and if you have a full-time music student, say you're at the Blaine Sums program and you want to do full-time music, you want to be in the Sums program, it gets very difficult for our students to take PE1 and PE2. Sometimes the schedule doesn't open up until they're a junior in high school, and at that point, a junior is saying, I don't want to be in PE1 when most of the kids are going to be in grade 9. And so some of those options we're looking at could possibly be like PE alternatives and things like that to take online at other institutions.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And if it helps to clarify too, when we're looking at this intervention model, our students, the total number of students in our system are the same. So looking at going backwards, some of the cuts that we are talking about right now take all systems back. Some a little bit deeper, the high school, and back to where they were before we got the ESSER dollars, like in the year 2019. So for instance, like maybe a middle school has 3 or 4 counselors right now, they'll go down to, 2 or 1. And then, maybe they have 2 social workers now, they'll go down to 1.
If that part I understand. It's really just this intervention part, which,
Yeah.
given where things are and what we're trying to do with like reading and things, that
Oh,
it
yeah.
has a special. So I guess in effect, you could just take the ESSER part out of it. I guess what I'm saying is, let's keep that for sure, even if we have to cut something else, because it seems like for me, it seems like the wrong time to make that cut.
And you're correct. I thank you for that comment. I think that the pieces that it hit differently for different levels. So some of those things were added in strategic investments for the secondary level, or it was added at a larger piece for other levels, in different buckets. So that's where it's like we have to have that deeper conversation about how to really truly support our students and staff.
I think that's an important point, board members. So over time, the district over the years has funneled our compensatory dollars to the elementary. So the reason the strategic investments were put in place was those were the dollars that were invested into secondary. Title and compensatory have, over the years, and I'm looking at Michelle Vargas to verify this, had really been targeted at the elementary. And so to give any added support secondary was through set aside some fund balance one time for a period of time and then reevaluate where we're at down the line. So as we're wrestling with, and I am worried about the compensatory piece that we talked about earlier in the meeting, because that is, if the state changes our funding on that, that's another big impact, right? We also know there's a statewide special ed look right now too for $250 million. So maybe I'll pause there and just ask Michelle to, if you want to comment on that.
Some of the history, going back on some of the history on those positions that they're talking about, the literacy specialists and math specialists are coaches at the elementary level. We don't have those coaches funded out at the secondary level from that standpoint. And then the interventions that were added for elementary, the LITs out of ESSER, when we went into strategic investments, we basically looked at Title I all goes to elementary. The majority of compensatory all goes to elementary for their coaching model. So when they did the strategic investment, instead of doing 42% elementary and that, they did a third, so that secondary could add some of those items. So that's one time it goes away. What they were looking at then in the remodel of the coaching model was those 50 coaches at elementary, which is basically 2 coaches per building, versus the lack of coaches at a high school or a middle school, which are much larger through different sources. So the restructure that they're talking about is really just the focus that has always been more on the elementary and trying to stretch it out K-12, because the losses through the strategic investment for the most part was the backfill to get secondary at that same level and protecting those 30 literacy intervention. The reason it ended up being those 30, the ESSER dollars, the way they came, there was this portion that they were trying to force outside of the building, and the only way you could make that work was at elementary in the building. So the rest of the ESSER funds that we took, we ended up with the $3 million at elementary and $2 million at secondary, even though it's 42% of the kids in that. So you're keeping the intervention at the elementary, but the intervention potentially if you get rid of the rest of the ESSER. So that's where looking at that coaching model with the 50 FTE and trying to restructure that was kind of what they're looking at. It's the history that's kind of been built up on some of the different staffing over the years.
Thanks. It's good insight. It's not, the logic is all right. I think really what we're hearing is the reduction in middle school and high school is probably, it's a problem on its own, but let's not solve it by taking them out of the elementary, I think if I am now putting it all together, I think that's what I'm hearing. But I'll verify it when I talk to them. So thanks.
And you might hear the opposite if you talk to the middle school and high school principals. I hope you do.
I'm sure I will. Yeah. And again, I think it's a separate problem. Needs a solution. But the elementary, we all know the critical nature of the learn to read early. So that to me is why that one is, in a scale of really important things, it probably has to come over the top a little bit.
And I think to just build upon that point and to that, with the literacy intervention teachers coming from ESSER being sort of set aside fully, all in a bucket by themselves, it might be worthwhile, with the time that we still have before this decision comes to us, to talk about what does it look like if we think about that and we think about the coaches together. You know, it might not be that we need all 32 literacy intervention teachers and, you know, lose all of the coaches. It might be like, let's look at this together and see what each are offering to the picture and see how it is being used to the end goal of increasing our students' skills and the ability to read in the earliest grades. We know from years of experience, evidence-based research studies and data, that the earlier we can intervene with a student and the earlier we can get them on track, the better success that they'll have and the less time it takes to intervene with them, right? You catch them early and you get them straightened, out onto the path that they need to be. It's much more effective. So perhaps what we're hearing is like keeping that ESSER section fully protected and out of the conversation might not be serving us.
And I can maybe add, thank you, Director DeShane, the option 2 did back out all the literacy staff. So what went from 8.6 now to 4.6, it's all those other supports that are mainly secondary. That's one way. So option 3 took it a step further and said we'd minimize the impact of those original ESSER positions even more, down to 1.8 by doing different things. So I think it's fair, Director Audette's first earlier comment about you can really look at all these. Now, some of them we did say in this option it's this much, but in this option it's more or less. But you can at least you can connect those dots pretty easily. So you're getting a wider range of potential options here. It's just helpful for us to get like where are the common interests lying amongst the board members, that we can dial this in even more. And we will have more detail, the exact positions. We're just being very respectful of identifying individuals until we know it's down to that point in the last meeting. So we can probably get to a point of the impact on each level, middle school, high school, elementary, or any of the departments centrally, because you're really talking about FTE.
Moving to just a slightly different topic, because it came up in the feedback that we received from the community meetings that we did. Do we have any district-owned buildings that we're not using, that are just sitting idle? I don't know if Corey, you want to answer. I see Greg answering.
The answer's no.
But it's on the record, yes.
No,
Okay, I did
no,
know that was the
sorry.
answer, but I thought it was important to put into the room and into the conversation.
And we're down to
since-
very few leased spaces too.
Right. The other piece on that, the Coon Rapids Family Mall, where we have a leased space right now that is talked about as a consideration here for savings. I think we've seen great success moving away from leased facilities that we don't have control over, that are not always maintained to the level that we want for our students and our families that are visiting them. Is a wise choice. I've talked with the Director of Community Education so that the programming that has been happening in that space is being accounted for. They have plans for transitioning that, so it's not that the early childhood class experiences are disappearing, they're just being moved and realigned. So I just want to assure the public that's listening that that is being considered. I know it wasn't maybe as obvious in the discussion with the high level, but I think that's important. And the other piece that does not solve our situation right now, but as a future-looking board and forward-thinking people, every person, 100% to a T that I spoke with in person at all of the community meetings, asked about why we're not talking about options for increasing revenue at the same time that we're talking about options for cutting. So that would be a levy, right? Asking our voters to weigh in on a levy. I think when I looked at the feedback form that we got of 159 people, 65 referenced a levy and 74 referenced a referendum, and they might have been some in the same. So, you know, anywhere between 40 to 87% of our respondents in that survey asked, why aren't you talking about increasing revenue? The other comment that they had there, not just based on taxes, but was about an online school. And it sounds like you're getting at perhaps that information as to, like, would that be a place for us to retain students or draw students into the district if we had an online option? I know at times we had one and then we had moved away from that. Possibly another consideration that we should be putting into the discussion to see if that's making a difference at our secondary level or not. So I just wanted to raise that. I thought that feedback was so consistent and so prevalent that it warrants being brought into the conversation as we're figuring out what comes next.
All right, I will follow up with some comments as well if nobody else has anything to say. Kind of on the heels of what Director DeShane was saying. Let me just give my quick opinion on the options. So option 2, I wish wouldn't even be discussed anymore because the board has made it clear that we're not interested in the middle school model change. So unless that has changed and I'm unaware, you don't have 4 board members, so that one's dead on arrival. There might be good pieces in it, but that component, at least for me, is not gonna get a vote. Option 3, I completely agree with what Director Audette said based on what we heard tonight. For now, it's a no-go. Perhaps that will change. I'm skeptical, but option 3 is just no for me. And then option 1, so I suppose it's viable, but we're kind of back then in the field of there's only one option, at least so far as I'm concerned, really being one viable option being presented, and it includes teachers getting cut in there, which I am open to the idea of cutting teachers. But it's again, as comments have been made, it's weighted against everything else, making sure that there really are no other options. Only then would I be okay with doing that. And so kind of going back to the beginning of this discussion, and I want to follow up on your comment about the referendum, because people have asked me as well, like, why don't you do a referendum? So there's a very, I guess, for me, I will say this in the nicest way possible, but there's a very simple reason that, at least for now, I'm not in favor of a referendum, although I have in the past stated that I would certainly be willing to do one if the whole board was included in the budgeting process. Because, as you have pointed out, Director DeShane, we should represent the entire community, not just half of the community. And so you might disagree that that is what is taking place, but to kind of just to show you to illustrate what I'm talking about, let's walk through how this entire budget cut process has played out from the beginning. To my knowledge, there was only one board member, it was Director Audette, who gave any kind of criteria before any options were brought forward about what he wanted to see. Again, maybe somebody else did, I'm unaware, but he had mentioned, please don't cut any teachers. I want to see what we can do without cutting any teachers. The very first option brought forward included cuts to teachers. Now, that might be the option we go with, I don't know, but what that says to me as just a passive observer is he's just ignored. Director Audette was simply just ignored. His request was ignored. Again, not saying that his request was necessarily going to be a good idea, but to not even just start with, hey, you're the only one who asked for this, so let me show you what that looks like, and then we can consider it. That, to me, is kind of how I feel the whole budgeting process has gone, just generally speaking, since I've been on the board. It's rather opaque. You can disagree with me if you want, but I feel like the three of us, Directors Audette, Holkman, and myself, have largely been ignored on these things. That's why there was the budget where I was the swing vote per se, and that's perhaps the best example of that. I didn't necessarily agree with everything I was voting for, but I chose to vote for anyways. And the reason that I can actually point to something specific now to show you why I feel it is opaque, and it is the fact that one board member, again, it was Director Audette, was able to ask one question about PSEO in a random meeting we had, and suddenly we have about $2 million that have materialized out of thin air, so to speak. And so if the story brought to the board is you need to cut 8 million, and because one board member asked one question, it turns out we probably only really need to cut 6 million. To me, that jumps out as, okay, so what else then are we missing, right? And again, echoing what he said, I don't know what I don't know. And some of these things seem transparent to me, some of them seem rather opaque. And so I don't know where I should land if there's parts of the budget I think aren't being given a fair consideration. And like I've already said, options 2 and 3 for now are off the table for me. So kind of circling all the way back around to answer what you had brought up, Director DeShane, if you ask why I don't want to support a referendum, it's the very simple reason that it is my opinion, and you can certainly disagree, that half of the board, because the board is split after all, half of the board has been, since I've been on the board, routinely ignored and disregarded when it comes to what we've requested for budget inputs. And so it would be a very strange thing for me personally to go back to the people who voted for me and say, hey, I know you voted for me, I know I'm here on the board representing you, and I know that I'm routinely ignored and my input is not taken. In fact, usually the opposite of what I ask occurs. But hey, would you guys be willing to give more of your taxpayer dollars to the district, even though your representative is being ignored? That's a very strange question to ask people, one that I'm not willing to ask, quite frankly. And so if the whole board were taken into consideration for these cuts, I would be very happy to go out for a referendum. And I would tell everyone who voted for me, yes, please, by all means, vote for this. We need the money. But again, I go back to, do we really need the money? If a single question results in $2 million materializing out of thin air, I'm not even convinced we do need the money. So that's the most basic reason why at this time I'm not willing to do a referendum. But to, again, kind of go what I said in the past, if we had a process in place that guaranteed the whole board was included, and the way I described it was when we pass a budget, obviously not right now, these are budget cuts, but not a budget, but if when we pass a budget, there's any line item or anything on that budget, any bucket, that any board member wants to call into question, and then if we can't find a majority of the board that wants it, that item is then removed. Okay, perfect. Well, if we were to put that process in place, that guarantees that a majority of the board would approve of every single item on the budget all of the time. And so the fact that the board has not agreed to that, again, that just kind of speaks to the whole, well, why not? Because it's not one-sided. Both halves of the board, in the way that it is split, would have that same opportunity. So I'm not asking to have any kind of privilege that the other half of the board wouldn't also have. I'm trying to make it as fair as possible. And so the fact that that fair request has been disregarded, that kind of is the proof of what I'm saying. We have been disregarded. So I'm not really terribly comfortable going back to the people who voted for me and asking them to support a referendum when their board member is being ignored. So I also want to touch on the stats you mentioned, because I've also kind of had some experience with this now that I've been on the board. The question is, does the community want a referendum? Without actually going to the polls, we don't know for sure, but here's what we do know. Last year when we did the Morris-Leatherman survey, and correct me if I'm wrong, it came back about a 50-50 split. It wasn't super clear if the public wanted it or not. I believe Superintendent McIntyre had said, or had recommended, do it, but don't necessarily count on it succeeding because it's not clear. So the Morris-Leatherman survey, which I believe polled, I want to say it was 500 people, but there's a parent balloon, so I think it was like a total of 900, which represents, well, actually, I'll get to that in a second. That survey, it said it's not actually clear at all. So I don't actually know if the public wants to do a referendum. But if you look at all of the forms of feedback that the public has provided and look at them in their entirety rather than kind of in a vacuum, I actually did crunch at least a couple numbers here, and here's what I got. So if you take the community feedback, I believe if you include the people who show up to the meetings and the people who filled out the survey in totality, I think it was 219. And so I took the total number of people in the district. This number could be off by a little, but in fact, somebody correct me if this is wrong, 'cause otherwise all my math will be wrong here, but it's somewhere on the order of like 250,000 people. Does that sound about right? Total people in the district? Okay. So I Googled it, it was 255,645 to try to keep it to just adults, people who can vote, taxpayers. I excluded just the number of students in our school district. Again, it's going to be an imperfect number. We have people who open enroll into the district, but take out 37,465 students. So of the 219 that provided feedback, that lands us at a whopping 0.1% of the adults in our district provided feedback. Now, that feedback is very important, and I appreciate that they gave it to us, and I wish more people in the district would give us feedback. But the reality is, when you look at that, as sad as this is, I wish it wasn't this way, the community simply just didn't want to provide input. That is the overwhelming message to me. If only 0.1% of people decided to weigh in, the message that's sent to me is they, for whatever reason, don't want to provide feedback. Again, I wish they would. But so now let's look at a different metric. The other metric is the Morris-Leatherman survey that we did, not this year, but last year. So there's 900 people that provided input on that. Again, divide by number of people in the district minus students. You get about 0.4%, okay? So the 0.4% of the district on that survey, that wasn't even clear that they wanted a referendum. And it was about a 50-50 split of the 0.4% of people that were even surveyed. Now this brings us to the last metric. If you simply look at the board members here and count, this is how I did this, count strictly the number of votes that were cast total, both for the board members here who won their elections and for their opponents who lost. I got, sometimes they were like third candidates who got a couple of votes. I counted the two big ones for each race when it occurred. I got, I think it was around, again, my numbers could be a little off, but I added them to 27,926 people provided input. Okay, so take that number, same metric, divide by number of adults in the district. That's about 12.8% of the district, okay? So the single biggest metric that is going to speak to what the community has said are in fact the elections that have occurred. And really, there's going to be another election here soon. That's 12.8% of feedback compared to 0.4 on the Morris-Leatherman survey and 0.1 on the community feedback we got. Again, still valuable, but just comparing them kind of apples to apples. And so if the biggest metric we have, the 12.8%, sent Directors Audette, Holkman, and myself here, and the three of you as well, but according to me, you could disagree with me if you want, the three of us are routinely ignored on the budget. That just doesn't make sense to me to ignore really the larger part of the largest feedback we got. And if you want to break it down even further, look at just the vote totals that the 6 board members who won got. The three of us, Directors Audette, Holkman, and myself, got 10,063, and Directors Langenfeld, DeShane, and Simon in their elections got 6,200 votes. So of the 16,263 votes, the three of us got 62%, and the three of you got 38%. So of the 6 board members, the 3 of which whom I believe are routinely ignored, we actually got 62% of the votes. So we represent the majority of the people who put these 6 board members here, and we are routinely ignored. That would be why at this time I'm not interested in doing a referendum. Director Langenfeld.
I would like to just share that as I think about and reflect on the board process and the strategy and the budget philosophy, one of the important parts that we did talk about was we talked about our priorities. We talked about being student-centered. And this is a previous, I spoke about what I thought the priorities should be as well, but I clearly hadn't been heard either. So I think that the leaders had to provide input. We asked for more input from our principals because I thought that we had some concerns about that. And I also have on my list, we talked about zero-based budgeting, which Director Audette brought up. So we actually talked about those were what I had noted as our budget reduction strategies going in, putting kids at the center, which made sense, looking at our strategic priorities, which show up in the current budget we have, and looking for more detail. We asked for more leader input, and clearly we got that as well. So a lot of these things, we did not do zero-based budgeting. And so for me personally, I had asked for a very needs-based budget based on what we need to deliver. And that's really what I'm still looking for, is how are we going to address the needs as best we can with the limited resources we have? And there are different ways to come to those buckets as well. And so I just want to put that on the table, that I think we were aligned on several things as we moved through this process, whether it came forward to others. I mean, there are things we can agree with. I wholeheartedly agree we need to front-end load elementary, especially in the literacy piece. Quite frankly, we just invested $4.5 million in CKLA curriculum. The READ Act only gave us $2.93 million, so we didn't even come close, and that whole budget is really a place and space where we're going to need much more, $5 million to $7 million. So I want to be very clear that we have some set goals and priorities together as a group. Quite frankly, the people who show up at the polls are the ones who want to voice their perspectives and opinions, and I think that's a totally different conversation in regard to the levy, but we'll keep that for now. I want to let our public know, and this is really well done, and I don't know who was behind it. Michelle, you were, Vargas, because it was a conversation you and I had about just the budget funding, because I've had people come up and say, well, we got $5 million for the READ Act, and we didn't, of course. But we put out a frequently asked FAQ Q&A on the district website, and it has a lot of information, particularly about unfunded mandates, that I think our community needs to see. And so as we think about our budget forward, you know, the concerns when we talk about comp ed dollars, really concerning, where they will end up, and the direct certs, and what will they accept? You know, and you know, anybody who's been at the legislature has heard this conversation and talked to their legislators about it. Very concerning. So we are looking at a place where we're in time at this snapshot, which could continue to be problematic. And that's the piece that I want to make sure that we have the best forward thinking with the limited resources we're afforded, and so forth. So I invite people to go to that FAQ. I think there's, especially that unfunded mandate piece just jumped out. There's a brief high-level discussion about referendum and why we're not there. And I think that many other things in there as well. One of the things I want to clarify, in the middle school programming piece, we have a fine arts middle school. And I just want to clarify that as we're talking about this, I can't talk about that in the same way that I think of our other middle schools. In other words, I would not ask them to move to a 6-period day. I don't know how we can deliver the fine arts programming without changing the whole school. That's my opinion, having looked at those the curriculum in the school, and to talk about that. So I just wanted that. It's not on, I looked to see if we had that on the website, and it doesn't say that if we cut, it would be all, I think is what it's indicated. But I have concerns about how we can deliver that program there, which is considered a specialty program, just as a SEMS and a biomedical and the others, and then call it what it is. So anyway, thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments from board members? All right. Well, thank you guys very much for the presentation. And we are moving on to item number 10, General Counsel. Welcome Tim Palmatier.
Thank you, Chair Arco, Chair DeShane, board members, and Superintendent McIntyre. We're actually going to be bringing forward two separate policies tonight. The first policy for first reading is Policy 532, which concerns the use of peace officers and school resource officers and crisis teams to remove students from school that are on IEPs. This policy has been in effect since 2004. It was revised in 2017. Actually, we were contemplating some additional modifications to this policy when the statute concerning SROs was briefly changed. Now it's changed back again, but we're going to, this particular change actually reflects some of the language that is in and around the statute on SROs. The policy itself is a little bit of an oddity. It is a policy that's required by Minnesota Statute 121A.55. There's not a lot of detail in terms of what needs to be required in this policy. Anyway, revisions to this policy and the accompanying procedures, which we are just providing along with the policy for the board's examination consideration, they're really being proposed to ensure that the policy comports with recent changes to the law regarding the use of law enforcement in schools and our current SRO contracts. So consistent with Minnesota Statute 626.8482, the revisions to the policy make it clear that SROs should not be involved in the enforcement of school rules, and their interventions should be limited. And you'll really look at that paragraph D in the policy really kind of brings that home and reflects that provision in statute. The procedures that accompany the policy we're also going to be tweaking as well. It really essentially reflects new definitions and requirements of Minnesota law that include the definition of SROs, things that constitute an emergency situation, warranting the use of restrictive procedures, the definition of physical holds, the definition of reasonable force for school officials, also carving out a clear exception for SROs in terms of their standards for reasonable force. Importantly, the policy, as I just alluded to, makes it clear that SROs are not subject to the same limits in the use of force that applies to school officials, again, reflecting the concerns that we previously had about law enforcement having to essentially be following employee standards for the use of force. And finally, the procedures incorporate requirements of state law requiring reporting to the state on the use of restrictive procedures and reasonable force by staff. So after discussion, excuse me, of this policy at the policy meeting on October 13th, the committee recommended moving this forward for the proposed revisions forward for first reading tonight. And with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions from board members? Director Haddad.
My question, I guess, is, so a lot of this we had to change based upon statute. And then are the limits or things that we placed, are they, if I read the statute, are they going to be pretty direct? Are we restricting and/or enabling SROs to do things or not do things based on an interpretation of the statute or somewhat directly from it?
I drew the changes from the actual statutory language.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting thing. I've had a number of conversations with Tim Fournier about this and, getting the law enforcement perspective. I think what we're trying to do is draw some pretty clear lines between what's a school employee function, a teacher function, an administrator function, and what an SRO, a police officer function is. And I think that this tracks with the statute in terms of making sure those distinctions are there. The roles are treated differently. I think it also reflects what our law enforcement also want to see as well. I think our law enforcement doesn't want to be involved in making sure that student A gets down to detention or someone is necessarily, engaged in is engaged with a teacher is maybe not being compliant, but that's not really law enforcement function in order to engage in that. So to answer your question, I think it does reflect what the statutory changes are with respect to kind of finding the lane for SROs and school officials.
Okay.
Director Langenfeld.
Yeah, now it is. I appreciate this language just for that very reason, but quite frankly, I had two very gifted SROs. One, we saw his picture up there tonight during my principalships, and they were very clear what would be a law enforcement role and what would not. So it was really helpful. I had Pat Carlson over at Coon Rapids Middle and Andy Youngquist. And they both, both Coon Rapids Police Department at that time and Anoka seemed to have this understanding. That was my experience, very positive too, very helpful. But to put it in writing will be very important, clarity.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts from board members? Otherwise, thank you for the update, and we will move on to, well, the next policy, item 10B.
Yes, this policy 524 concerning acceptable uses, all of you know this actually came before the board at the meeting on August 25th. We actually had further discussions at the policy committee meeting on October 13th and after receiving a little bit of feedback from the board.
Sorry, can I interrupt? Did you say 524?
Did I say that wrong? 524, acceptable use?
No, you said that right. That's item C, but it's,
I'm sorry, I jumped on, so.
you're totally fine. Yeah.
I did include that conversation. I was actually talking about the procedures along with it.
Oh.
I can answer any questions with respect to that. I think.
No, you're fine. My bad. Sorry.
If I might, I'll just, maybe I did get past it a little bit too quickly. A lot of what you'll see in there is really definitions which come out of statute. For example, the definition of SROs, the definition of an emergency, the definition of physical holds. Obviously, we want to align our policy as much as possible with statute and our procedures as well. And so that's a lot of what that reflects.
All right, any thoughts from board members? If not, my apologies, continue on item, or the policy 524.
Actually, I will own that, though, because I think that the way that it's listed is two items that we're talking about in that regard. So, excuse me. Before us tonight, again, is second reading for policy 524. Really, what I want to just jump to is that I introduced this policy on August 25th. I think if I can try to capture where some of the concerns were. There was a concern with respect to the general statement of the policy, and it was revised to address a concern that the policy appeared to only promote the use of technology. And I think Director Simon had expressed some interest in making sure that the revision also encourages appropriate limits or restrictions where that's warranted, specifically to align with academic concerns about academic integrity or support for school district strategic directives. So obviously, I don't think we wanted the language of the policy to suggest that technology was going to be warranted at all costs. Secondly, there were some concerns, I think, that were raised by Director Audette about the need for clarity, about, maybe on some of the definitional things that we had in terms of unacceptable uses. I will admit that I struggle to think, at least in terms of how we would define, so many things that are actually in the MSBA policy. Things like defining lewd, rude, inflammatory, threatening, disrespectful. Those are things which kind of don't necessarily lend themselves to further definition. And actually, in thinking about it, wanted to come back with the idea that maybe we actually pull that out from what MSBA was. Was again an MSBA, largely an MSBA model language, and actually moving towards something that actually simplified it and basically made sure that we were really trying to limit those things, which I think this policy really gets at in terms of acceptable use. Things such as pornography, obscene materials, those types of things, which our filters really address. So it was an effort to perhaps just simplify the language rather than provide, further detailed definition. And then finally, based upon the conversation that we had at the board meeting, or some of the suggestions, there was a discussion about a review process every 3 years. And so we made those additional changes. I'm happy to answer questions at all about the larger policy, but we wanted to bring that forward to you on second read. Typically, we bring those forward on the consent agenda, but wanted to provide some space for further questions, and if need be, some further clarifications and coming back again if there's any particular concerns.
Any thoughts or comments from board members? Okay, hearing none. Members, before us is the rewrite of the acceptable use policy. Is there a motion to approve it as presented? Thank you, Director Audette. Is there a second? Thank you, Director Langenfeld. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none, will Acting Clerk Casey DeShane call the roll, please?
Director Simon?
Aye.
Director Hoekman? Aye. Director Audette? Aye. Director Langenfeld?
Aye.
DeShane is aye. Co-Chair Arco?
Aye. 6 in favor and 0 opposed. The acceptable use policy passes. Thank you, Mr. Palmetier.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is a labor relations update, item 11A. Welcome, Dr. Cherry, Chief Human Resources Officer.
Good evening, Co-Chair Arco, members of the board, Superintendent McIntyre. Pleased to be here this evening to talk about a labor relations update. This update is in alignment with our Policy 209 Negotiation Code of Ethics, which indicates that administration will review the status of negotiations at public school board meetings. Just a note, this is consistent with open meeting law in PELRA, and we do reserve detailed negotiation discussions for closed session with the school board. In our contract negotiations, we have several bargaining goals, specifically looking at a collaborative bargaining process, which we find very useful in working with our employee groups on finding mutual gains, solving shared problems. We look for legally sound and operationally manageable agreements with clear and concise language. We do focus our efforts and negotiations to ensure that our contracts allow us to recruit and retain high-quality staff. And always, we are looking at being fiscally responsible stewards of our taxpayer money. And so as we are negotiating contracts, we ensure that we are within the fixed budget that is available to us, not only for the 1 year or the 2 year term of the contract, but also any kind of contract negotiation items that may have tails on them and continue into the future. Background information on our employee groups. We do have 18 employee groups in Anoka-Hennepin. 5 of those are unaffiliated groups and 13 are collective bargaining groups. We have one group at this time with a 2025 through 2027 master agreement, community school coordinators, and we have several groups with 2-year agreements for the term of 2024 through 2026. And at this time, we are negotiating actively with several groups that are currently operating under 2023 through 2025 master agreements. And those are the groups that I'll talk about next. Before getting into some of the specifics on open contracts and negotiation meetings status, some facts that are important for us to consider in our contracts and how our employment contracts do affect the overall budget or interplay with the overall budget. Looking at FY '26, our general fund salaries and benefits total approximately $539 million. When we look at the general fund, that is the major source of how we are paying for the salary and benefits for our employees. If we were to take a 1% increase on salaries and benefits for these employee groups, it's about $5.39 million. If we were to look at a 1% increase on the formula, the basic general education formula, it's equal to $3 million. So the important point here, the important takeaway is every 1% that's increased in the general and formula does not provide us enough revenue to pay for a 1% increase in our salaries and benefits for our employees. The salaries and benefits for our employees are approximately 82% of our general fund budget. Within the FY '26 fiscal year, our budget has included a 2.5% increase in salaries and a 5% increase in benefits. So as we're looking at negotiating these contracts across the board, again, wanting to ensure that we're fiscally responsible and staying within budget. That has been our target. So some information about our open contracts and various groups that we are actively negotiating with. Very pleased to say with our building service employees, these are custodian, warehouse, and buildings and grounds employees, maintenance employees. Just under 200 employees in this group. We have arrived at a tentative agreement after we've been in mediation with this group after a full day of mediation. We did arrive at that tentative agreement. And just a note, any negotiations that are happening in mediation, any proposals that are exchanged throughout mediation are private and confidential. So upon ratification of that contract, we will bring it forward to the board with details and ask for the board to authorize that vote or authorize that agreement. We anticipate that that will happen at the next business meeting. The next group is our largest group of employees, our teachers. This includes our ABE and ECFE teachers. And new this round, it also includes our preschool teachers. Go back one slide. That includes about 3,200 employees. We are in active mediation with this group. We met one time. Our next mediation session is scheduled for November 6th. The next group that we have is our technical specialists. We met with this group 3 times. Our next meeting is actually tomorrow. This is a very small group of technical specialists, predominantly working at the district office. It includes 14 individuals. And we are very close to an agreement with this group. Moving forward to the next page, principals are our next group, and we just met with our principals today for the 3rd time, and still exchanging where our strongest interests are and trying to come to some common agreements with our principals. The next group is our child nutrition assistants. We are planning to meet for the 3rd time on November 3rd. And finally, our school office supervisors. We have not met with this group yet. Our first meeting is scheduled for November 12th. Additional open contracts that we have in place. We have 2 groups that we have not been able to schedule our first negotiation meeting with yet. The community school programmers and early childhood screeners is a small group made up of approximately 9 employees. This group is represented by Anoka-Hennepin Education Minnesota, the same group that represents our teachers, our largest bargaining group. So typically we will close out negotiations, arrive at an agreement with teachers, and we start with this group next. And then finally, our special education administrators. This is a group of approximately 15 employees, and we have yet to schedule a meeting with them. So looking forward at next steps, as I mentioned earlier, the groups that we are in current mediation with, those proposals that are exchanged are all confidential until we exit mediation. But we will continue to provide regular updates at school board meetings and share information that is available. We also have a website. You'll see the link here, hschools.us/negotiations. This website is currently being updated. And as you saw earlier this evening in Superintendent McIntyre's update, we also have a new jobs website that has just gone live today, predominantly used for recruitment purposes. And there is some additional information that will also be linked there in regard to contracts. And at this time, I'm open to any comments or questions from board members.
Any comments or questions from board members? Okay. Well, hearing none, thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're nearing our last board agenda item. Item 12, board correspondence and communication. Members, this is your opportunity to share happenings in your community, report on committee assignments, or other items of interest. Does anyone have anything to share? Director DeShane?
Just really quick, since it's getting very late, I enjoyed attending the parade on Friday with our elementary schools in Anoka, the big parade of little people with the district, and seeing all of our middle school marching bands. They did an exceptional job playing and marching, some of them for the very first time in a parade setting. So very proud of all the work that they've done.
Director Langenfeld?
Thank you. I also was with Director Duchesne at that amazing day, and our bands are extraordinary out there. Very proud of them. I did have the opportunity, and I see Director Simon is still with us, immediately after our presentation with the director of our STEP program, we both reached out to Dr. Ziegler and said, we'd like to go take a visit. And so we had an extraordinary visit out there at the secondary tech ed program out at STEP, and had a royal tour with Jess Lipa and Sean Baggins. Thank you for that. And our Deputy Superintendent Constantine joined us, as well as Dr. Ziegler. And I thought what was really, really impressive, the extraordinary experiences our kids are being afforded out there, everyone needs to see. The access to CNC machining, the number of welding booths is extraordinary. They are on a college campus, being able to access high-quality instruction and resources and materials. The automotive place was extraordinary in that they had different opportunities, different kinds of cars, different kinds of vehicles to get their certifications. I was just pretty blown away, and I had been there in the past, but also a big shout out to Jess, who has developed those partnerships with the college. I think it's really important to recognize that through her relationships and leveraging partnerships, the amount of cost savings she's bringing into the district. She shared just one thing about how they figured out how to use their simulation machine that they use for aviation, and they could just, instead of buying new simulation machining or equipment to do over-the-road truck driving, a simulation for that, they can run the software in that and save thousands and thousands of dollars. So big shout out to that whole program and all of those folks there. And I'm seeing Director Simon, and I just really was impressed with that. And that's just a few of the things we saw out there as well.
Any other updates? Any other updates from board members? All right. The next item, 13, will be conducted in closed session. The executive session will be closed to discuss labor negotiations pursuant to Minnesota Statute 13D.03. To discuss matters with all open groups, the closed session will be held in the Michael Sullivan Room. I would entertain a motion to move to a closed session. Thank you, Director Adet. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Director DeShane. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, will Acting Clerk Casey DeShane call the roll, please?
Director Simon?
Aye.
Director Hoekman?
Aye.
Director Audette? Aye. Director Langenfeld?
Aye.
DeShane is aye. Co-Chair Arco?
Aye. With 6 in favor and 0 opposed, we will move to executive session in the Michael Sullivan Room. We will take a brief 5-minute break.